Hello? Oh, there we go. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. I forgot to switch my audio back over. Shoot, how do I... There we go. Yeah, just a bit. I don't hear it in my, I don't hear my, my own audio in my ears, though. Yeah, no, that one was turned off, too. I don't remember how to turn my audio back on in my ears, but that's fine. I don't need to hear myself. So long as everybody else can hear myself, that's fine. That's fine. Oh dear. Hold on. Audio now off, buzzer now off on phone, which is camera. Three dots. Yeah, it's in advanced properties somewhere, right? Yeah, I'm in the advanced audio properties. I'm not sure what I'm clicking though. Monitor and output. Yeah, it's selected. Huh. That's weird. Oh well. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I guess it's just being a little bit weird because that is selected, but ew well. Cool. That's what I needed to see. Okay. Sometimes you're... Oh, that's weird. That's weird. You know, I just discovered something interesting. I have the OBS like chat thing up, right? And I've got the YouTube chat box open, and the YouTube chat box, unsurprisingly, actually updates a lot faster than the OBS one. So we're just gonna go ahead and pop that out and move it over to where my OBS chat window is anyway instead. So there we go. There we go. Serves the same purpose, but that one works better. Alright. Now I can't see your account. Oh, that's not fun. I don't think I've had it freeze on me. Regardless, but yeah. So we got a Kampfer today. I'm very happy I finally got my Kampfer, and I have clearly not yet built the Kampfer. So we're gonna go ahead and start building the Kampfer. Woo! Oh, but without, real quick, before I forget, gotta open up. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why I started doing that as one of my rituals, but here we are. I've got that. I've got my Earl Grey, because I'm tired. Love Earl Grey. Anyways. Also, check this out. I got my hands on one of these a while back. I just have one, mind you. But this is a glass file. It's for filing things. Clearly. I actually quite like using it, too. It's glass. Isn't that fascinating? I hate carrying it because it's made of glass. It scares me. You're drinking mango green tea with a spot of honey. That sounds lovely. I like green tea. Alright, I'm actually going to move the box off. I wish I had more counter space. I wish I had more desk space, because here's the thing, right? I got all the runners that I have to put somewhere when I'm working on these, and they just end up living, on the seat next to me, because I don't really have room this way. That's about as much room as I have that way to work with. And then that's my mic. That's my monitor. That's my other monitor. That's Shondo. Say hi to Shondo. By the way, Clipsy, I knocked off your betel earlier while I was trying to set up my camera. What's the benefit of it being glass? That's a great question. Anyways. No, it's just, I think the deal is because it's sort of this, like, textured glass, rather than being, like a metal file or anything like that. It's just a really fine, like, grain, sort of, it's very nice to use. I haven't experimented with a ton of different files, though, personally. Heh. Oh, there he is. There he is. Yeah, we're just gonna show off my standees for a minute, actually. Woo! Yeah! The camera does not... The lighting is not doing justice to Pibba. Oh shoot, now I gotta figure out how to put them all back. Oh gosh, I almost dropped Betel again. It's fine. It's fine. He likes it, right? I don't know. Yeah, that butler guy is kind of a loser. I don't know what's up with him. Alrighty. I also have a new mouse pad. Whee! Yeah. Which, it comes to my mind, it comes to my attention, actually, that this might actually somehow be one of the sketchiest looking things I own. You can get number 1. Can't get number 1 Shatter Crown because you're a mod. Actually, I think you can. Are you sure? I actually have the rankings turned off. I own Dakis. Okay, but... There's an interesting point there. Because now I have to question whether or not my Shondo Daki looks worse than this. Shondo Daki might actually be the most sketch thing I own. That's fair. Yay! Shondo Daki. Shondo Daki is clean. Come on. It's not that bad. Kali Daki. Kali Daki, I think Kali Daki is worse than Shondo Daki, actually. Oh, look at my boy. Look at how cool he looks with a shotgun and everything. This is not step 1, though. Where is step 1? And then flight mode and everything. I love the Kampfer. Kampfer's one of my favorite mobile suit designs. Oh, that's step 1. Okay. Ooh, what is all this? Is all just hurts and stuff. There we go. Step 1. Part are we starting on here? The chest portion? Yeah, chest portion. So this is, of course, let me go back to this real quick. Yeah, so we've got a high grade Kampfer kit here. I forgot to actually introduce that part. How much do I have to explain the different grades? I probably don't have. If anybody's curious about different grades, I can explain them. But I've just got, basic high-grade Kampfer. I buy a lot more high-grade kits than I do anything else because, in general, they're the least expensive ones. I do, however, have... Hold up. My own stream was behind. I have my own stream up just so I can monitor how it looks on the YouTube end, and it was behind. Oh, I don't know how that happened. Oh well. Yeah, in general, high grades are the least expensive kits, so they are the ones that I buy the most of. I do have the master grade Char's Zaku 2 and RX-78 that I really need to get to. Kampfer originally showed up in 0080 War in the Pocket, which is my favorite piece of Gundam media. 6-episode OVA, absolutely fantastic, very depressing, but very good. I highly recommend it. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, this is a Zeon Forces mobile suit. 0080 is the peakest of the peak. But yeah, this is a Zeon Forces mobile suit that was designed for special operations use. Specifically in 0080, what they do is they send it disassembled into a space colony so that they can conduct covert ops, covert hit-and-run ops on a Federation outpost, which, now that I think about it, isn't too dissimilar. Well, like, the operation in 0080 isn't too dissimilar from Mac v SOG, come to think of it, in that neither of them were supposed to be conducting military operations in the colony that they were conducting military operations in. Ain't that interesting? Alright. What part does it want? It wants me to get my A runners, B, P, C, okay. There's A. C. C. What? I've been looking for in there. Oh, actually, yeah, I think this is the one I'm looking for. Yeah, it might be blue runners. Well, I didn't want to open as cleanly as I thought it would. Yeah, there's my main parts. Look at those leg portions. Look at these. Look at those big thruster. Oh, camera, come on. Thank you. Oh, there it goes. Big old thruster ports. Which would actually look a lot nicer if painted, I now realize looking at it. Because I don't think this is going to have... Oh, wait. Might be what those are. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh well, we'll assemble it and figure it out. Yeah, I would love to do more like painting and stuff like that, but I gotta go get some gear. I gotta go get some gear for that, really. So, B14. B14, there you are. You know what else I should do? Oh, I think I actually started doing it on here, didn't I? I've got that Sisters of Battle set I still have not actually built. Also, these clippers are so nice. These are nicer than the clippers I had before. I got these ones more recently. They are branded Bandai nippers. They're not their... Oh, come on. There it goes. Yeah, they are... Oh, come on. They are actual branded Bandai nippers. They're not the nicest nippers Bandai has. Bandai has a more expensive set, but this was still like, shoot, I don't remember how much these cost me, actually. I was gonna say they cost me 30, but I don't remember if that's right. It has a nice set of blades on it, though. They slice much more cleanly than my last pair did, which I really like, so that's really nice. I'm so tempted to get their, I think they called them the God Hand nippers. Those are more expensive than these were. I forget how expensive. It's been a hot minute since I was last looking at it, but they're more expensive. So I'm very curious if the price is worth it. I've heard some people say it is. I've heard some people say it's not. It's a big ol' mixed bag. That slices so cleanly. That makes me so happy. I forgot how nice these were. It's been a minute since I've done any sort of building. That's kind of why I'm doing this now, actually. It's more of an excuse than it is anything else. Because I never get around to doing my builds, and this just gives me an excuse. Huh. It makes it a more productive activity. So it's a good excuse. I don't know if you can hear the sound pieces getting clipped out, but it's quite pleasant. I enjoy it. Alrighty. You know what I need to do? I just realized something I need to do is I need to pick something to be like a focal point for my reference for the camera, where it's like, for instance, like I pick like that and mark that as a focal point so that I know to try and keep things around there for the sake of the camera. That'd be smart. That would be smart. Because I keep finding myself glancing up at the camera to make sure I'm keeping everything on frame. Because what I really don't want to do, obviously, is do everything back here where you can't see it. There's not much point in doing things live if I'm going to do that. I have a desk mat or something roughly where the frame of the camera is so I can make sure stuff is visible. Yeah, see, I've roughly got the cutting mat here placed to be the frame, at least the top and bottom is roughly in line with the camera lens, but it's still nice to keep in mind the sort of middle point as well, just that I'm not doing everything down here where it's sort of like barely visible, but still keeping things, which, I mean, to be fair, if it's, you know, oh, you know what's cool? Actually, I can see through the file. There's a neat benefit of it being glass, is I can see through it. It is a super fine file, though, I need to stress. So it gets a nice smooth action on the material. You still have to figure out a good camera setup for drawing streams, because my hand covers a lot of what I'm doing. Yeah, that makes sense. That's something I gotta be careful with here, too. Making sure everyone can actually see what I'm doing, what I'm working on. Alright. I gotta remember not to be too perfectionist on a lot of this stuff, too. Because we'll just, you know, we'll be here for a week on a single part if I'm too perfectionist on one thing. Man, I wish my lighting were better. I need to invest in a camera. I mean, camera. That would be nice, actually. I'd like to have an actual camera to go right about here instead of having my phone hooked up, but, you know, it works. It works fine. This phone also has good cameras, too, so that helps. Like, look how crisp my fingies are. Ooh. But I would like to have a lamp right here so that you don't have... Well, you don't have this for one, right? You've got this shadow here, stuff like that. I could have a fixed light source like right here or right here. That would help eliminate a lot of this. That would be really nice. I need a lamp. I also should replace the lights behind me. The light bulbs are dead behind me, and that doesn't help. You've seen cheap streaming lights at Five Below or Ollie's. Yeah, I might want to take a look at those. That might not be a terrible idea. place to take a look. I kind of want myself a proper sort of like, something that would be good for like mini painting. Sort of like a fixed desk lamp kind of thing. Assuming I can figure out how to set it up. I've got some thoughts. I can probably figure it out. Because that would also be good for mini painting. Which I gotta get back into. I like painting. I like painting minis. I have 3 of mine painted. Actually, 2 of them are like right here. Because they're in the box where I keep my tools. So like these guys. So I can easily just nip over and grab them. Let me clean this up first real quick. Yeah, that's nice. That's pretty nice, but it could use a little bit more work. Good, I like that. That's looking good. One moment. Oh. Yeah. 1 guardsman. 2 guardsmen. Now, my favorite of the guardsmen that I have built, I mean, painted, specifically painted, is not right here. He's over somewhere else right now. But these were fun. They're ultimately still pretty amateur. Oh, I want it to focus. Please focus. What? Actually, we should be doing that. Yeah, there we go. It's ultimately still pretty amateur work. You can see I haven't done anything on like the faces really. I should probably have like proper highlighting and whatnot done on like parts of the weapons and whatnot. Because it overall, I think it looks very flat, and part of that is because there's no like highlighting. There's just the there is a wash on there to help give it some depth. Actually, I don't think there's even enough dry brushing, come to think of it. There's definitely some. Like I did, it's kind of hard to tell on camera, but I've got like a lot of dry brushing effects on the helmets and like the armor, stuff like that, to give a little bit of a weathering. But it's not really. Can't really see it too well on the camera here, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm proud of the color scheme at least. But I got some more work to do on there. Ow. Arm. Let's put you guys over here. Yeah. Okie dokie. Back to what I was doing. Oh! Snip, snip. This is why it takes me a while. Wow, okay, and I take forever filing bits down and whatnot, but silly little asides certainly does not help. Silly little asides about 40k. Oh my gosh, there are some asides about 40k I could go down. Oh my goodness. 40k been doing some dumb stuff or Games Workshop, I say. Oh, I got my Slime Arbo though. I finally broke down and I purchased Slime Arbo, and I am very happy I did. He's of course still in pieces because I haven't put him together yet. So not really much to show there,
honestly, but I own Slime Arbo. It's something I have wanted for a very long time, so I am glad I finally did it. But yeah, Games Workshop's being dumb like usual. It's annoying. We don't like it. That's why we should all stop buying from them. Me included. I keep buying stuff anyway. I like their bases. I'm actually really mad because I wanted to order some bases, and it didn't end up happening. But I like the Citadel bases. I think they're really good, and I want to use them for other stuff. So I want to rebase like D&D minis onto the Citadel bases. I want to, well, specifically one of the things I wanted them for is I'm working on my own stuff. Well, one of them's treasure tokens, actually, which I've got my treasure tokens in the other room. I'd have to get up to go grab those to show them off. But, you know, essentially just tokens that represent treasure that you put on, like, your D&D mat, if you're playing D&D with a mat, you know, to indicate a collectible item for players to grab, right? That's the point of the treasure token. Well, that's weird. Take a look at that. There's like... Can you see that? There's little wisps there that look like plastic. A little mold runoff. That's fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen that on a Bondi part before. I should be able to just... Doesn't damage the part in any way. It's nothing to be concerned about. I'm just hoping I can, whoop, shave that off real quick, because I don't want that there. I might want to replace these blades, or this blade, I guess I should say. There we go. Better. This one doesn't have to be perfect. This is like an internal component piece. That's still not gonna stop me from shaving everything down to make it nice and flush. But it does mean I can be a little bit easier with it, because these parts aren't going to be seen. They're going to be inside. Just got to make sure they sit properly. That's my biggest concern with pieces like this. Let me see. You go right here. Oh, that I think is the joint for the ball socket for the head, it looks like. Oh my gosh. There we go. Gotcha. I was being weirdly obnoxious. These go in here? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. I see. I know what part that is. There's little thrusters on the front. Yeah, the Kampfer is a bundle of different thruster ports. It is one of the highest maneuverability things that Xeon deployed during the 1-year war. It was a nippy little guy. Yeah. Which, fun fact, that's actually why it doesn't have beam weapons. The Kampfer doesn't utilize beam weapons because its thrusters were, its like power source, its power plant was constructed with an emphasis on like thruster output, right? So it doesn't use like beam guns or anything like that, so that they don't have to draw power from the reactors into the like beam guns, and can instead just push that towards mobility. And it does still use a beam saber, because that's not as taxing as like a beam rifle, but that's why they deploy it with the bazookas, Sturmfausts, the shotgun, which it carries 2 shotguns actually. Is that the case? It should have the 2 shotguns. There's 1. And there's 2, yeah. Yeah, I've got the 2 shotguns. Got a little chain mine too, that's fun. I like the chain mines. Are these identical constructions? Not quite. Okay. I'm gonna do these 2 separately then, so I don't mix up parts. I need E. I think I need this again too, right? PC. Yeah. PC and E. C. Yeah, there you are. Yeah. Kampfer cool. You know what I think is less cool, but I wish we got a mobile a kit for anyway, is the Titania. The Titania was a mobile suit. It was I think it was like the final mobile suit. I didn't finish the game, but it was one of the suits in Code Fairy. I'm pretty sure it was the final mobile suit you get in Code Fairy. Those seem really tiny. Those probably aren't... Huh. Those seem really tiny to me. That's... Huh. Oh well. Like I was saying, the Titania was the final mobile suit you get, unless I'm mistaken, in Code Fairy. And it is based on the Kampfer pattern, right? So it's basically a Kampfer, or I guess how I see it is like a Kampfer with parts from the Alex put onto it. Like, it's got the Alex's, like, wrists, machine gun, stuff like that, which is ironic considering 0080, if you're aware of the plot. But good for E9. It's a very cool mobile suit, except I don't like the head. The head is the one thing that bothers me on the Titania. I think its head is really ugly. It like sticks up really high, and I'm not a big fan of the Titania's head. It just it icky. It icky. The suit is super cool outside of that though, and I still need it. As I said, I didn't finish Code Fairy. I need to go and actually do that so that I can get my Titania, because it is neat. But I wish we got a kit for it. We did not, unfortunately, get a kit for, well, a lot of the Code Fairy mobile suits, actually. And I would have liked to get kits for, like, all of them. But we just got kits for the White and Black Rider, which, you know, the Black Rider is pretty cool. The White Rider, I think, is hideous. I actually like using it in GBO too. I think it's a fun mobile suit, but I think it's an ugly mobile suit. It's not my thing. It's got this stupid, like, crown design, and it's like, why do you have a crown? It just looks dumb. I'm not a fan. But it's fun to use, and that's because it's got, like, a rapier. And it's a support, so it's a support type that, like, fences, and that's really fun. I like support types that use a lot of heavy melee. Support types that melee things are neat. PC8. PC98. What are these cool? We gotta just need 2 of these, right? PCA, PCA, yes. But yeah, we got White and Black Rider and shoot, where'd that go? There'd that go. The Ifrit Jaeger, which I actually tried to get an Ifrit Jaeger. I was waiting for its launch, and I went to the website. I think for some reason I didn't jump onto it like the second they went live. I think there was something that got in my way, so I had to jump on later. But when I went to buy one, they'd already sold out, so I didn't end up getting my Ifrit Jaeger, and I'm really sad about it. The Ifrit Jaeger now goes for like twice what it retailed for. So I still want one. I want because it's got the Ifrit Jaeger. It's an Ifrit with a Gundam-scaled Dragunov and Kukri, and that's cool. I really like that. So I really want the Ifrit Jaeger. It's just a really cool mobile suit. I'm a big fan of it. The Ifrit in general is a cool mobile suit design, but the Jaeger just it's not like hugely different. I'm sure like the base is exactly, if not very close to, what the base Kampfer, what the base Ifrit is. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Ifrit Jaeger was built off of the same molds as the original Ifrit kits, and then just was given like it's got this shotgun, so like, you know, I can't imagine it actually has the full weapon sprue from this, mind you, but still. Was 9. Cut out 9. Right. Yes, this was 9. Alright. This is one of the parts where they're trying to make it very clear to me that I'm supposed to put them in a specific way, so I'm being careful to not do something stupid. That doesn't want to go on. Ah, my nose is itchy. Ah. What? Ah. Okay. That really does not want to go on. Come on. Ooh. It's gotta go all the way down, right? Is that really the right part? Am I putting that on the right thing? Yeah. Yeah, that's the right part. That's the right part. Right direction. That just... Oh, there it goes. Nice, nice. Should be all the way flush. Ugh. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right. Okay. And that goes here? Yes. So that's going to be the arm joint. Or like the shoulder joint, I guess. I think shoulder joint is more fair way to say that. The arm's going to connect to the body, the torso right there. That's what that is. Okay. I didn't cut out the other one. Because I didn't want to confuse them and put something on backwards. Okie dokie. Look, I want my tea. I'll take a sip of my tea. Yummy. Okie dokie. I was tempted to grab an energy drink, and I decided against that. Because I do want to sleep after this. I've got to get up in the morning, actually. So, That also means I'm going to make sure I don't run too late. Which, yeah, might pose a problem. For those of you in the Discord, you have now probably realized part, or got to see part of why I have been doing a lot less lately. I'm supposed to get off of work at 8. I didn't get off work closer to 9 today, which is why this is also a little over a half hour late from when I said I was going to start. Because I had to, get home, get something to eat. Before I could hop on. So, a little slow. A little bit of a slow day. Why was I at work late? Because they threw more stuff out after when they weren't supposed to. I ended up having more orders to prep, even though they really weren't supposed to put any more in at that point. So they're supposed to stop putting orders in around 6, and they kept putting stuff in till past, well, not quite till 7, but, past 6. So they're supposed to close, but they clearly don't. That's the thing, because they haven't been. Yeah, I keep getting orders. I've gotten orders come in past 7 before. So they said they don't come in, but clearly that's not quite the case, because they keep coming in anyway. So that's fun. And then they have pickups scheduled for around 8 to 9, when my schedule says I'm supposed to leave at 8. So that doesn't make sense. Are people aware that the system's not working? I'm pretty sure they are. All that stuff is recorded. They have all of that data on their end. But yeah. So that's fun. I gotta get more GBO2 stuff out, though. I haven't been playing the game at all. I tried to get a friend into it, and we sat around and played around. We did some just like solo stuff for a bit to get him used to the game, but then we couldn't get a game queued up. Gotta love grocery store management, absolutely. Well, and there's like IT issues and whatnot involved there too. It's a mess. You know what else is great is when the DoorDash drivers show up and are confused by why the order has 30 items in it, because the thing told them it had 3 items because it's not actually counting the items. So I love that. It's very frustrating to have to explain on like a daily occurrence that the systems are just not communicating with each other in a logical manner. Unless the entire idea is to make the orders look smaller so that the DoorDash drivers will show up and take care of it. In which case, there is a logic to that. It's just stupid. I've had some Dashers have to cancel their delivery and have them send out another deliverer, because they'll show up with like a smaller car because it said there were 3 items, and then I hand them like an entire grocery cart full of like cases of water, and they just can't fit it in their car. That's happened a couple times. Kampfer. Yeah, I wanted a kit for the Titania. I wanted a kit for Mia's Zaku 2 half cannon, because Mia's Zaku 2 half cannon is gorgeous. They really should have had kits for all of those, especially because I don't think they would have been too difficult for Bandai to do. I mean, they are existing mobile suits, they're just slightly modified. So it shouldn't have taken a whole lot of work to just take those existing sculpts and then just have some extra parts. But no, we only got 3. We only got 3 kits, 2 of which were not even piloted by the main cast. Or the protagonists, I should say. They were piloted by the main cast members. They were piloted by the antagonists. Also, you know what I learned? When I pulled up, I pulled up the Kampfer earlier to make sure I got the model number correct. What was it? MS-08E or MS-8E? There's no O. It's MS-8E. When I pulled that up, when I was looking it up, making sure I got the right model number and everything, right? I found out that there is a Kampfer prototype that was piloted by the protagonist from École du Ciel, which is a manga that not a lot of people know about, because it's an obscure Gundam manga, and like the thing with Gundam is either you are aware of Gundam and you know a lot about Gundam, or you don't know anything about Gundam. Gundam shoujo, that's only half true. There's gunfights and stuff, but it is half true. It's got shoujo tropes and like a pretty art style. I also wish they would adapt that instead of doing all these current series where they're like, oh, let's do high school waifu character designs. Let's go. They've done that with the 2 most recent Gundam series now, and I'm not here for it. Meanwhile, École du Ciel continues to get forgotten despite having, you know, cool characters and setup and whatnot. It's okay, so it's not quite Clamp. It's not really like Clamp. Clamp's proportions are different, and their overall art direction's a little bit different. That like almost watercolor painterly style we see in some of this person. So it's the artist that worked on Macross. It's that artist. So if you're familiar with Macross, like concept art and whatnot, it looks like that. Or I should emphasize the original Macross, the very first Macross series. It's that artist. So if you're familiar with that look, that's the one it has. Which is as in it's like it's it's shoujo but not shoujo because like Clamp, like Clamp. Shoujo but with action and drama. That's more characteristic of shonen. Yeah, because it's Gundam. To be fair, like Gundam's such a funny thing. Yummy tea. Gundam is such a funny thing, right? Because from the very beginning, Gundam has seen a very mixed audience. It's had a pretty substantial male and female viewer base, which, by the way, if you ever hear Fujoshis try to tell you that the only reason that Gundam exists is because Fujoshis made it popular, that's not true. Gundam, from its inception, had a mixed viewer base. It had both men and women, who are boys and girls, really. It was targeting teens. Char is hot and thus women. Basically, yeah. Basically, there's a little bit more to it, but it basically does come down to
that, just not necessarily specifically Char. There are, of course, also women that like big robots and fights, so, you know. But yeah, the idea that, like, it's just, like, people who were shipping Char and Amuro that made Gundam popular, that's not true. The idea that they couldn't get eyes on it until they made the model kits, that's not true. The only reason the model kits got made is because there were eyes on Gundam. Gundam didn't get canceled because it wasn't popular. Gundam did well when it came out in Japan. Gundam got canceled because it didn't sell toys that were made for 5-year-olds. Because the viewer base were 16, 17, and they were trying to sell little boys' toys. Wasn't there something about moms watching it because they had it on for their boys, but they liked it more than the kids did? I think so. I think that was a thing that happened as well. And that, again, comes down to, it was... You see, something that has to be remembered with the original Gundam, the original 1979 Mobile Suit Gundam was the first of its kind. Prior to the original Gundam, all mecha was Mazinger. It was all that. It was all that super robot stuff, right? It was all, you know, think, I'm trying to think of stuff that is more commonly known about, Power Rangers. You know Power Rangers, like the Zords from Power Rangers, where it's they combine together and they do their big super move against the giant kaiju monster thing, and it's cool, and it's fun. Saturday morning cartoon goofy stuff. Not necessarily goofy. Goofy's not correct, but camp Saturday morning kids shows. That's what mecha was. Gundam was the first thing to look at mechs and go, what if we use this as a piece of military fiction? Largely inspired, by the way, by Space Battleship Yamato. One of Yoshiyuki Tomino's goals was to make something like Battleship Yamato, but with robots. So it was a first of its kind, and there's a lot of holdovers from the super robot genre in, like, some of the mech designs. Not here, because this came out later, right? So, like, by this point, Gundam had well established itself. But with the original, that's why you see dumb things like the G-Armor system. I should continue working while I'm talking. The G-Armor system exists specifically because Clover said, the Gundam needs to have combining mecha. Why does the Gundam not have combining mecha? So they made the stupidest combining mecha I've ever seen. I genuinely dislike the G-Armor. It does not make sense. I cannot see the point of slapping... So here's what happens, right? With the G-Armor, you have Mobile Suit. Mobile Suit, big cool fighting machine. It's walking tank. It does good, right? You take the G-Armor. It's inside of a spaceship now. Why? It flies around on the battlefield. Why? What can it do from there? Like, you've got two pilots that are now inside the same machine with what benefit? I don't understand the point of the G-Armor. It doesn't seem to do anything practical to me. And you could say, like, maybe it's for transportation purpose. Just launch it from, like, you have the catapults on the white base, perfectly capable of launching the thing to extreme distances in conjunction with its own thrusters. I don't see the point of the G-Armor. It is just a waste. It is actually more dangerous, if you think about it from a logical perspective, to put the Gundam in it, because now in order for the Gundam to engage in combat, it has to break open the G-Armor system to deploy into battle, which is a giant vulnerability where it can just get shot out of the sky. It's a dumb system. It's a really dumb system, and that's why it's not in the films. It got cut from the films because, quite bluntly, it was never even supposed to be in Gundam in the first place. It was a concession made in order to appease the toy company that sponsored them, that they weren't selling toys for because they targeted their show to teenagers. I want the Clover Gundam with the G-Armor system, by the way. I think that's a really cool toy. But, like, yeah, it's... Yeah, early Gundam has some weird stuff. That's why you see it, like, the gun tanks look the way they do and whatnot. It's all super experimental, because there was nothing like it at the time. There was no mold to go from. They were making something brand new and innovative with it. So you have some weirder designs in that first series, some weirder artistic directions, partially because Clover said do it this way, partially because They were the mold at that time was still the Saturday morning cartoon mold. Yeah, Gundam's really cool. Gundam history is fascinating. It completely changed the face of mecha as we see it now. Because, like, nowadays, you think of mecha and you think of these, like, war stories and whatnot. You think of these more realistic sort of designs. You know, things like, I guess in the West we have Battletech, right? Battletech is, like, our big Western Big? Hold up. I think Battletech is our only Western mecha thing, actually. At least it's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. Battletech, MechWarrior, that setting, right? Where, by the way, Comcast has managed to rule the stars because they have a monopoly on hyperlight communication systems. So if you make Comcast mad, Comstar they call themselves, if you make Comcast mad, Comcast shuts off your telephone line. But the problem is they're the only telephone line, and the systems are several light years away from each other. So play nice with Comcast. MechWarrior is great, or Battletech is the setting. MechWarrior is specifically the video game franchise. By the way, that was largely inspired by, and by inspired I mean plagiarized. Plagiarized is a strong word. I'll get to that. Macross. So the fun thing, there's a whole drama about that unfortunately I don't remember enough to give the full breakdown, but the original Battletech used Macross mechs. It literally, they got the license for Macross mechs so that they could use some of their designs, but not the Valkyries, I don't think. I'd have to go find early Battletech. But they got the license that they could take the battle... Where did I put my... There they are. So that they could take the Macross designs and use them for their mecha thing. There was some big drama around that, because, like, there was a problem where despite them getting the license from, like, the Macross... I'm not sure who it was that gave them the license. This is why I said, like, I don't remember it perfectly and would have to look into it again. But basically, despite them legally, or they thought legally acquiring the license had actually already been handed to another studio, the studio that was doing Robotech, which is the Western bastardization of Macross. Don't watch Robotech. They had the license for Western distribution of Macross. So you had two different companies that supposedly had the license for Macross, and it caused some drama and nearly killed Battletech, from what I understand. But like I said, I don't remember that story perfectly. I would have to look it up again, but it's a fascinating story for sure. Obviously now, Battletech, oh my gosh. The Western developed one, Battletech. Now Battletech has, like, all its own stuff, but you can still see some of the traces of that Macross origin in some of their mech design. Specifically things, the more grounded stuff they took from, like I said, they don't have Valkyries in Battletech. Battletech is all larger, slower mechs, but some things like, I think it's the Marauder, I want to say, it looks a lot like stuff you see the Zentradi use in Robotech, or Macross. I'm getting my terms all twisted around. I'm gonna pull this, my phone's up there, dang it, I always use my phone for this stuff. Let me double check and make sure it's the Marauder I'm thinking of. Where is my mouse? There it is. Oh, my keyboard. Need to move my keyboard. Google help me. Google Images help me. Battletech Marauder. Yup, that one. Yeah, absolutely. The Marauder's the one I'm thinking of. The Marauder looks very Centrati in design. I hate that I know all these words, by the way. I don't like Macross. Can you believe that? After that explanation, can you believe that I don't like Macross? Man, Marauders look so cool, though. I like the Marauder a lot. That's a cool looking mech. BattleTech is cool. I need to get into BattleTech. So BattleTech is the tabletop, by the way. To like emphasize that a little bit. BattleTech is the setting. BattleTech is also the name of the tabletop portion of the BattleTech universe. Mech Warrior is the video game franchise. It's the same setting. So you see the same machines, you see the same concepts because it is the same setting. But man, the Marauder is super Zentradi in design. Wow, they really did just... But I need to sit down. I actually have the starter kit or the starter set is probably a better way to say it. I've got the starter set for BattleTech, which, by the way, I think is a phenomenal starter set. But I haven't actually sat down and played it yet. I've also been told, like, the current edition apparently sucks. I think, I'm not sure if that's mechanical issues or issues people have with lore or stuff like that. I'm not in, like, the BattleTech community. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I see what it's making me do. But yeah, I think BattleTech is super cool. You know what's also fascinating? BattleTech had... I have said BattleTech so many times, and you're going to keep hearing BattleTech said a bunch. But BattleTech had a cartoon back in the day. It is something that I'm now going to have to pull up because I forget when it came out and I'm talking about it. Give me a second. Give me a second. I got an issue. I have... This is a problem I have. Ah, the Marauder's so cool looking. Okay, Marauder. Woo, first built by General Motors. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, so GM built the Marauder. GM, if you're familiar with cars, General Motors is the parent company behind a certain Chevrolet. So I forget what else they do. GM does other stuff as well, but yeah, Chevy is a GM subsidiary. So GM also makes the Corvette. Yeah, that General Motors made the Marauder in BattleTech. I love the BattleTech setting. It's so fascinating. Shoot, what was I looking up? Oh no, what was I looking at? Hold on. What was I talking about? Just working on my stuff for now. It'll come back to me, I'm sure. It's the release of something I wanted to look up. What was it? Got distracted by Marauder lore. Oh, that's what it was. The BattleTech cartoon. I knew it would come back to me. BattleTech cartoon. BattleTech animated series. That came out in when? 1994. I love that description. BattleTech is an animated television series based on the BattleTech fictional universe. You don't say. You don't say that Battletech would be based on Battletech. I never could have guessed. But anyway, yeah, Battletech has a Saturday morning cartoon that came out in 94, I said? Yeah, 94. That is, quite frankly, way better than I expected it to be. It does have some weird artistic decisions, and by that I mean it, for some reason, makes all of the battles in 3D, which is, it's 94 3D animation. It looks just like the old games did. Very weird low poly graphics. But it's a really fascinating... It's actually a really good cartoon that is surprisingly mature for being like a Saturday morning cartoon. I still don't recall anybody getting killed, but I didn't finish it. But it's really interesting. That said... So, like... I don't know how. I'm told it's pretty accurate to the lore of the setting. I haven't, like, super done a deep dive on Battletech lore, though. So I'm not sure how accurate it really is. You know what kills a lot of characters? Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Oh, yeah, I remember when they ate the principal. That was really cool. So I need to actually watch Buffy, I suppose. Marauders are cool. Anyways. Also, I may have been mistaken. I am seeing some mechs that I'm looking at and going, that is totally just a Valkyrie in Batroid form. So, yeah, no, they ripped off the Valkyrie designs, too. They just don't transform in Battletech. That's fascinating. Yeah, Mech Warrior School. Yeah, Xander remembers eating the principal. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that would, yeah, that would traumatize someone, huh? Okay. Let me focus back on what I was doing now. Yeah, so I need to go and finish this show, because I started it, but I didn't actually finish it. It's a really cool cartoon, though. I really did enjoy it. Oh, except there was one episode that did get on my nerves, because there was one episode, the second in command, because, of course, you see this in a lot of, actually, like, the old 90s cartoons and whatnot, where they have their, like, how do I put this? Their token female character, their token tough female character. I see this in a lot of older cartoons. That's actually kind of what, what's her name? Hold up. Teela in He-Man kind of fits that role, right? But the second in command of their ship in the Battletech cartoon, she's like the strong female character type, whatever, right? And what really annoyed me is there's one episode where she's like all mad because they won't take her on missions, and she's like, I can be just as helpful too. And the captain goes, yes, of course you can. But I need my second command here, where you have a greater overview of the battlefield, and if something ever happens to me, you can keep the mission going in my stead. Fair, true, correct. 100%, yes! Like, he's right. He's right for saying it. It's tactically correct. And they end up on a huge excursion where she ends up out anyway, and she does some, like, hacking thing and ends up being super useful. And I'm like, okay, no, but his original statement still stands. He's correct. Nobody ever doubted her usefulness on the mission. Like, that's why she was there. Because she was a competent commander with a lot of skills under her belt. But the captain is correct. They can't both be going on missions at once. Because it's too big of a risk. If they both end up going down, nobody's left to continue the operation. It's a failure at that point. So that episode really bothered me. Feminists be talking like that, but then also being useless. Well, thankfully she wasn't useless, right? Like, she was a solid character. Like, she's actually a really cool character. I like all the characters from it. It's also fun because they're like a ragtag group of... So there's a bunch of different factions that I only loosely understand, right? But there's a bunch of different factions in the Battletech setting, right? And so this takes place during the Clan Wars, where essentially, like, these clans come from outside of the, is it the whole galaxy? I forget if it's the whole galaxy or just, like, a part of the galaxy. But they come from outside of, like, the current warring factions, and they're, like, super advanced compared to everybody else. So they're just absolutely stomping everyone. I don't know a ton about the clans because Like, this is a big part of Battletech lore, right? But like I said, I haven't done a huge deep dive on Battletech lore. A lot of the stuff I do know comes from this cartoon, right? But they show up, and they're being a huge problem. And so this guy, he puts together his small crew, and he ends up recruiting a bunch of people through various circumstances that are actually from, like, the other factions. So you've got rep for all these different groups from within the Battletech setting, all fighting against the clans in this one guy's ship. It's a pretty cool, it's a cool setup. But yeah, no, all the characters are really neat. I did like her too. I didn't like that plot line where they kind of like sort of made it out like she was being treated unfairly, because she really wasn't. Like, it's a logical command structure situation. Like, you know, she wasn't being held from going on planet because she was incompetent. She was being held from going on planet because she was competent. It was her skills that were the reason she was being held back. But yeah, no, that was like the one thing that annoyed me when I was watching it. I think that was actually the last episode I watched too, honestly. Yeah, it was a cool show though. I really need to look into Battletech lore. Oh, right, the starter kit too. I said I think it's a better starter kit. No, I didn't say that actually. I said it's a really good starter kit. I am going to say the other part that I started. Oh, I was mistaken. That was the torso. I was super wrong. I should have realized that a lot sooner, actually. That ball joint from earlier actually goes into the sort of torso segment. That's the head joint. Whoops. My bad. Anywho, the starter kit for Battletech is really cool, because what they did with it, for starters, so first off, this is really interesting with Battletech. Battletech does not enforce, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this is correct though. Like I said, I'm not actually part of the community, I just have looked onward a little bit, inward, from outside, looked inward, I've looked into the community from outside a little bit. So obviously, if someone shows up that like is more familiar with Battletech, absolutely correct me. There's a lot of people out there that would know better than me on this. But from my understanding, Battletech does not enforce specific models being used, so long as they fit into like a particular criteria for like how they fit on the map, right? And the starter kit utilizes this by what it gives you is it only actually gives you 2 models, right? So 2 like minis to play with, but then it's still 2 full armies, because what it does is it fills out the rest of the spaces with these cardboard cutout characters, which I'm sure there's people that are going to be like, oh, but that's lame because I want actual minis. Well, you can go and buy more minis, but what this does is it's like a, what, $20 starter kit? It's like a $20 starter kit, because it only comes with 2 actual minis, it comes with a bunch of cardboard cutouts, it comes with battle mats, it comes with, like, cards for, like, the individual mechs that you're able to play with in the kit, and it comes with both your rules and lore booklets. There is, like, setting information included in this, like, $20 starter kit. That is full 2-person starter kit. Now, let's compare this real quick to, like, its competitor, shall we say, right? 40K. 40K's starter kits, which I'm going to call the Combat Patrol boxes starter kits for the sake of this argument, right? The Combat Patrols you get out of 40K, right, are about, what, 120 bucks, 150 bucks each? Something like that? It's between that $100, $200 range. They are small armies. So they're not even complete armies for a full-scale game. It is a small-scale version of 40K. So you really need to get, like, 2 of them in order to make, like, a full army. And that's if you're getting one of the good ones and not one of the garbage ones that are just them shoveling the stuff nobody buys into a box set like they did with 1,000 Suns. I do want that box set, but I want it so I can steal the minis for D&D, not because I want to play 40K with them. Because it comes with a bunch of demons nobody uses. But I think they look cool. I do want those models anyway. Yeah,
Cutting out our A pieces. Where was I? I got lost. Models. Yeah, so you gotta get like 2 of those, and let's say, because I forget the exact price, I'm just gonna say they're 120 bucks a piece, right? I'd have to pull them up to be sure what the actual price was. They could have been like 160. I know they're sub 200. I know they're over 1, sub 2. So I'm gonna say 120 just for the sake of the argument, right? So let's say they're 120. If you want like a full-scale army, first of all, you'll have to build that up with other things, not actually just buy 2 of them. But you kind of have to buy like the equivalent of buying like 2 of them, right? Which is going to be like 240 right there, right? And that's like getting into the range of proper army scale. Battletech sold you like a $20 kit. That is a complete 2 armies. And it has lore in it. The box sets that 40K releases don't have lore in there, so they have setting information, they have the rules, they have the full set of armies, and it costs you barely anything. That is so much better for getting people into the game. Like, you can go and drop 20, 40 bucks on a single starter set where you can mess around with it, see if you like the thing. Way easier than spending 120 just to have a small army. Like the 2-player starter boxes that, because those do exist for 40K, those are still like 200 bucks. And they're, again, small forces. They're not full-scale armies. So yeah, I think the Battletech starter kit is absolutely brilliant. And yeah, you're probably going to want to go spend more money on their models if you like it, right? Solid business strategy then. They give you something that is pretty low risk, that you can learn the game on, see if you even like the game, and then now that you've been hooked with the ease of entry starter kit, that's when they then throw like the other stuff. And like Battletech in general has much cheaper models than 40K, right? Yeah, I think you could argue that 40K's models are of a higher quality, at least the current ones. The model kits that Games Workshop have been putting out are really good for the most part. Like, they're fantastic models. They're too expensive, but they're really good models, right? But still, like, you know. The point is, Battletech is just way easier to actually get into. Like I said earlier, though, I'm told the current edition sucks. You'd really have to look into that yourself. Like I also said, I'm not actually part of the Battletech community. So how bad it actually is or whatnot, that's not something I can actually give an opinion on. I've never played the game. I would like to. I think Battletech's really cool. I just haven't played it yet. CBC. Put this aside for a second. Oh, look, there's Commander Horn. What's the Commander Horns? Okay, C11. That's you. Oops. Ah! Autism has subsided for a moment. But I'm cutting out pieces for a giant robot. So... I guess the real autism was the friends we met along. Yeah? Hold up. C11... This is B. I'm stupid. I'm looking at the wrong... B. Here we go. Oh, there's 2. There's 2 C's. These are both C. CC. Trains. These aren't... No, these aren't trains. You know there's a visual novel where you with train girls, little train girls? I don't really know much about it. I just know they're anthropomorphized train girls. That's all I know about it. Visual novels. I need you to think about what you just said. Visual novel for autists. All visual novels are for autists. Hey, I actually heard my voice that time. It is picking me up and putting me back in my own ears. Speaking of which, I need to sit down and play through the original Fate Stay Night. Or read the original Fate Stay Night. I don't like that visual novels get classified as games. They're really not. Some of them, of course, have like branching storylines and whatnot, but like that's the extent of the interactivity in most of them. I feel like it's disingenuous to actually call them games. They're just not. They're novels. They're novels through a different form of medium, which is super cool, by the way. I love the concept of visual novels. I say concept because currently I have played through a route in, I did it again. I have read through a route in Muv-Luv. Muv-Luv Extra, specifically. That's nothing. I haven't even finished Muv-Luv Extra, let alone gotten to Muv-Luv Alternative, which is why I was playing through Muv-Luv Extra in the first place, because I think Alternative is really cool. So, like, yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with visual novels. But yeah, I need to sit down and get through Stay Night. I heard they put that on Steam. You need to play Hatful Boyfriend? No, you don't. And Date Everything? No, you really don't. Because Pigeon's funny and more like Cherem anime. So, I'm gonna be honest, Date Everything looks stupid. Date Everything looks really stupid. I do, however, kind of want to play Hatful Boyfriend. I think that's funny. Give me a moment! I'm checking Steam. I'm never gonna finish this. I keep forgetting I moved my keyboard. I don't know how. I should stream them so it's entertaining even if it's bad. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Be careful though. People actually like Cherem anime. Games your PC can handle 100%. Yeah, there are people that actually do like Date Everything, but that's fine. They're probably not watching your stuff anyway. Fate Stay Night Remastered. I really need an explanation for how you remaster a visual novel. What does that mean? That doesn't make sense to me. What, did you go in and touch up the art? Don't touch the art. Don't touch it. I don't understand the concept of remastered Fate Stay Night. That actually doesn't make sense to me. I'm gonna have to look up reviews for what that actually means. Yes, Fate Stay Night is in fact on Steam. But now this begs me the question. I am not going to do this right now. I've got something else I should be doing. What begs the question for me now is whether or not it has, if you know what Fate Stay Night is, you'll know what I'm alluding to. I wonder if it has all of its original content intact. Because Steam usually doesn't. Steam's been weird about that stuff. Because it used to not allow 18 plus content, and then it did, and then like Black Souls got released with its content removed, and you had to go to a third party source to download the patch to put that back in, just like you had to do with the early Necopata stuff. Oh, I cut that too deep. Uh-oh. Yeah, I have not played any of these things, but I know I'll not. That actually, I played Black Souls. Black Souls is actually really good. I don't recommend the average person play Black Souls. Well, okay, I can recommend the No, actually, never mind. Alright, so here's the deal, okay? The average person can venture into it, and I recommend turning off the 18 plus content if you're going to venture into it as a normal person. Even then, though, Black Souls is dark. Like, Black Souls is I can't discuss a lot of the content that's in it, by the way. You're yet to play a Souls game? Well, okay, so Black Souls is fascinating, and it would run on your computer, by the way. It's also, like, not expensive. Give me a second. It's on Steam. On Steam, it is... Ooh. Oh, Black Souls 1 and 2 are on Steam, actually. So it's $14. One is $14. Black Souls 2, I saw that. Hey, why is it a listing price? Tell me what Black Souls 2 costs. Coming soon. Okay, that makes sense. Black Souls 2 is currently not actually available on Steam. It is coming soon. Alright, so here's the thing. So Black Souls is basically take the concepts of Dark Souls combat and apply it to a turn-based RPG system not too dissimilar to Final Fantasy VII's, like, time it, like, it's got the real... I don't know how to explain it, and I forget the terms they use for it, but essentially there's like a timer for when you actually get to activate your abilities and use them, and so everything's on these, like, timers, so it's still turn-based within the time, like, frames, but it's different. It's different than I pick button, you pick button, I pick button, you pick button, right? So it does that so that it can simulate, like, dodge timings and whatnot, despite being a turn-based system. It's genuinely fascinating. Like, the combat system for Black Souls is super cool. It is an 18-plus doujinshi game. Play at your own risk. It's also got some very dark content to it, so play at your own risk. It's not one I would actually recommend the average person play. It's got some stuff in it, and that's as much as I feel safe saying on YouTube. Despite some people playing it on YouTube, they play it on YouTube with the content turned off. Which you can do, and that helps a lot. But it is a really cool game, despite that. Yeah, so technically that's a Souls game, it counts. It's not FromSoft, but... Oh, yeah, but that's another thing, though. You do have to get that content patch, because without that patch, it's actually incomplete. So in this specific case, the patch doesn't just add back in, like, the 18+ content. It adds back in, like, entire areas of the game that are cut from the Steam release. It's really bad. It is a required patch, but it does give you the option of turning off the 18+ content. So, like, that's fine. Oh, right, that was my point about Fate Stay Night. I am curious if it still has that content in it. I have no idea if Fate let you turn that off or not. I've got no clue. But regardless of whether it does or does not have the content in, I haven't played Fate. I need to play Fate Stay Night. I haven't played that yet, or I haven't read that yet. I haven't read Tsukihime. I really want to. There's the Tsukihime remake that's out that I really want to get to as well. The reviews for that were really good too, but I wanna do both. I wanna read through both. Yeah. I gotta finish Muv-Luv. I have that one. I guess I should say, actually, I have Muv-Luv Extra and Muv-Luv Alternative. I don't have the other, I forget if they titled it Muv-Luv 2 or Muv-Luv 3, but there is another Muv-Luv game that I don't have. Visual novel. I don't consider there you go. This is... Oh, it's not even 2 a.m. I was about to say 2 a.m. filter gone hours. I talk about some of the weirder stuff in my Steam library. I say that like I've got a bunch of weirder things in my Steam library. The only other weirder thing I have in there is maybe Muse Dash, and, well, Muse Dash ain't that weird. It's got tags on it that would make you think it is. I'm quite upset by that, by the way, but, like, it's nothing crazy. Ooh. There you are. Yeah. I need to play more Toho. That's what I need to do. Speaking of doujinshi games... Oh my gosh, this is actually a great opportunity to bring up something that bothers me with Western perception of certain terms. Doujinshi game. Doujinshi, doujin. That is a horribly misunderstood term by a lot of people. A lot of people hear that and they go, oh, that means it's a hentai thing. No, that's actually not what that means. Doujinshi stuff is just, it's, like, indie published stuff. Don't you have a weird ecchi game from Booster or something? I think so. I think I have, I don't remember what it's called, but I think it was, like, some, like, Mahjong related something. Give me a check. Oh, you know what else I have? I have Citadel. I have the Citadel and I have Beyond Citadel. So what those are, I'm going to play them on here eventually. I think I can get away with it because other people have, right? So Citadel and Beyond Citadel, what they are is they are two boomer shooters, right? That are super cool. They got a lot of high mobility stuff. They have like pseudo-realistic gun mechanics. So they've got like bullet drop. They have jamming mechanics. Every time like if you have something like a shotgun, right? When you do like your individual like reloads, you have to reload each shell individually and whatnot. It's really cool. The gameplay is really cool. This is someone who is into Gudo content, 100%. It's hyper graphic, but in like a weird way. In like I shoot the person down, they explode into a bunch of pieces. It was an anime girl under there, and I don't like the way she's looking at me now that her torso is severed from the rest of her body. Citadel is fantastic. It's a very good game. This dude was into some very weird stuff. Now, it's technically not an ecchi game or anything like that. Like, there's no explicit well, graphic is a form of explicit content, but, like, you get what I mean. There's no, like... Yeah. But, like, you can tell. You can tell why it's in there. I got Marathon in here. That's not relevant. Sorry, let me find what I was... here it is. Here it is. Delicious Pretty Girls Mahjong Solitaire. That's the one. I don't know anything about this, but yeah, that's the weird, probably ecchi game I ended up getting off of Booster. Oh, I also have the Desolate Hope on here. I really need to play this. Again, not really relevant to the conversation. And look, Doki Doki Literature Club. I forgot I had Doki Doki Literature Club. I need to play through Doki Doki Literature Club. Read through. It's another visual novel. Alright, I'm putting all my tabs back up over top of my Steam so that I can't get distracted as much anymore. There we go. Yuri Best Girl? Yuri? Natsuki. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I won't be doing that on here. I'm gonna be honest. I don't feel like we need another channel to do Doki Doki Literature Club. And in the end of the day, it's not like there's like gameplay variations. It is a visual novel. Remember when they conveniently made all the girls 18? Funny joke. Funny joke. Natsuki's not 18. No. Natsuki is clearly not 18. She's clearly a freshman. Like, come on. That's stupid. Yeah. Yeah, that was stupid. Anyways. Gosh, I don't even see why it matters. Now you've got me on a whole rant. Doki Doki, here's the thing, right? Doki Doki's not even like a dating sim, right? So how stupid is it to, like, be concerned about, oh, well, characters are 18. It's a horror game, for crying out loud. It doesn't matter. I mean, it shouldn't matter either way, honestly, but, like, you know, the issues people have with that stuff is normally because it's like, oh, but you're sexualizing a minor. Doki Doki's not sexualizing its characters, unless there's some, like, secret route or ending that I'm unaware of. Doki Doki's just killing them. So, Michael Myers did that, too. Like, heck, for crying out loud, like, they sexualized the teenage girls in those old slasher films before slashing them. They did both. I just... yeah. I think it's dumb. Oh yeah, but I still need to play through Doki Doki. Doki Doki's cool. I also need to read through, speaking of horror visual novels, Higurashi. Which I like to say Higurashi is the original Doki Doki Literature Club. Now let me explain, because there's definitely things Doki Doki does that Higurashi did not do. So they're not, like, literally the same thing, right? But both of them have the same core gimmick of slice of... genre that is typically reserved for more slice-of-life dating sim experiences turned horror. That's what Higurashi is. Higurashi's really cool. Oh, that gets me thinking, though, about the new Silent Hill, because that was written... They got the writer of Higurashi to write the story for the new Silent Hill game. Man, I was so excited. I was so excited about that, because I really like Higurashi. And then it came out, and I was watching some gameplay, and the guy I was watching hit the combat. And I flipped, and I have not finished watching that playthrough. Because, like, as soon as the tutorial box opened, and it goes, this is how you perfect dodge, I was like... Hey, you want to know something interesting? You want to know something really interesting? Have you ever heard of Silent Hill Homecoming? You want to look up Silent Hill Homecoming for me and look at the combat system from that game? The worst Silent Hill game ever made? It doesn't have perfect dodging, but you'll notice there's something uncomfortably similar with the combat structure from Silent Hill Homecoming and the new Silent Hill game. It's the same core system, which, by the way, is yeah, kind of just Dark Souls, but there's a little bit of a nuance in how the things are executed. Like, you wouldn't put a perfect dodge system in Dark Souls in general, right? But I digress. Like, they already had the formula for why that system was a bad idea right in front of them. It was Homecoming. And Homecoming's bad for a lot more reasons than just the combat system. Homecoming sucks. But that was part of the problem. And they looked at that, and for some reason, despite seeing the success of the remake of Silent Hill 2, despite seeing the success of the remake of Silent Hill 2, yes, but that wasn't the one I was going to go for. Resident Evil 2, despite the remake of Resident Evil 3, despite them succeeding with the remake of Silent Hill 2, which I refuse to play because I think the original has a legacy that matters and it should never have been remade, just ported properly instead of when they botched the remaster, they went and copied Homecoming's combat system. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Game Design Edition. Konami sucks.
By the way, don't play the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. You should not reward Konami for screwing one of their creators and then trying to profit off of the legacy they tried to kill after he's gone. I don't care if it's good. Like, genuinely, it could be a phenomenal remake that's perfectly, like, true to the original, like, material of Metal Gear Solid 3. I don't care. I will not play their remake. Because they screwed Kojima. Go play the original PS2 game. It holds up. Trust me. It holds up to this day. And I'm sure they changed the combat system, too. I haven't looked at it. Like, I'm probably not gonna look at it, but I would be shocked if it maintains the original combat system. And that matters, because that original combat system was made that way for a reason. That conveniently nobody remembers why anymore. People don't understand the game design philosophy of the old Metal Gear Solid games. Heck, I don't think Kojima understands his own game design philosophy anymore, considering he changed it when he went on to do other stuff, too. Yeah, you should play Metal Gear Solid 3. It's fantastic. I absolutely love Metal Gear Solid 3. I don't believe in a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. On the topic of remakes, though, you know what's coming out now that I also don't agree with? Did you know that they're remaking Halo? They're remaking the campaign of Combat Evolved. I've been staring at these same couple pieces for what feels like an hour at this point. My goodness. This is your fault, Clipsy. You got me on a tangent. Oh, shoot. I should have been paying more attention to which pieces were which. Uh-oh. Wait a minute, what is it? I'm confused. I cut this out, but I don't think this goes in this part. So I'm putting that to the side. I'm going to put that back in the box, because I don't think I need this yet, actually. I think I grabbed the wrong piece. And the box will keep it safer than my desk. Yeah, no, so they're remaking Combat Evolved, and I don't understand that. It's B-15. Well, no, I do understand that they don't know what they're doing with Halo. And so they're relying on nostalgia to keep making money in the interim, while they're trying to figure out what they're actually doing. Let's B-15. B-15 is this one. I don't know why I cut out. Cut out B11. I don't know why I cut out B11. Must have been reading C11. Okay, B15. Yeah, so, like, here's the thing. I think Combat Evolved aged really well. I actually don't think you need to remake it. And I understand there's, like, aspects of it where it, like, there are aspects that didn't age as well. There's aspects where it shows its age. There's aspects of it where it shows, like, the inexperience of the team. And I think that's fine. Like, I don't see an issue with that. More importantly, there's aspects of what they did with Halo Combat Evolved that they did not do after that. And I have no confidence in them to faithfully remake this without ruining the map design philosophies of the original Combat Evolved. Combat Evolved's good. Port it. It's already been remastered. Leave it alone. All media right now is over-relying on nostalgia because they have no new ideas. Correct, which is why they have to remake Combat Evolved. I'm just not going to play it. Like, and I already know, like, I saw something making fun of people for saying exactly what I'm going to say, but I think it's important. Are you ready? They put sprint in it. You can sprint in Combat Evolved. Why do they keep putting sprint in Halo? It's so dumb. You want to know something interesting about the original Combat Evolved? And this is a tiny thing. Yes, it really is. But it's sort of a an example of kind of what I mean by, like, they don't understand the game design philosophy of Combat Evolved. So when they go and they remake it, they're not going to faithfully remake Combat Evolved. What they're going to end up doing is they're going to turn Combat Evolved into modern Halo. There are things Combat Evolved does that modern Halo forgot how to do. One of those things is actually the movement mechanics. Because guess what? You don't need sprint. Do you know why? Because Master Chief is already moving at every point in time at full Kelter movement as if he is sprinting. Like, he runs faster than the average sprint speed of a Call of Duty character as his normal default movement in the original Combat Evolved in the early Halo games. Because it is a fast-paced Twitch reaction shooter. It is not a cover shooter. Halo's not a cover shooter. Halo is not COD. Halo relies on fast movement, of juking enemies, of, like, outmaneuvering, outflanking, and so you don't want sprint because it fundamentally slows you down. Sprint reduces your ability to make rapid movements on the battlefield, which is done for tactical purposes, right? There is a reason COD has sprint. COD has sprint to allow you to quickly move between point to point, but it also limits your ability to move from point to point because ultimately it is a cover-based shooter. So in order to actually, like, turn around and start gunplay again, in order to start fighting targets, you have to slow down again, right? It's move from point to point, cover, aimed shots, right? Halo doesn't even have ADSing, because Halo is fast movement, constant gunplay. It is a different philosophy of game design, and you see it now lacking when you start adding sprint, and you start adding ADSing, which, by the way, they did in Halo, was it 4, where they started allowing you to ADS? I forget which Halo it was, but they definitely did that in either 4 or 5. I'd have to pull it up again. I stopped playing Halo. Reach is the last Halo game. But yeah, it does actually matter. Halo should not have sprint. It doesn't make sense. And yes, I know Reach added sprint technically too, with the armor abilities. Yeah, it's weird there too. I don't love sprinting in Halo, but it also needs to be noted that Halo moving past from Combat Evolved did slow down its gameplay a lot more. Like, you're slower in Reach than you are in Combat Evolved, right? It's just, again, it's them changing the mechanics that don't need to be changed, which is probably going to be the entirety of the remake. And I expect the maps to not end up unscathed either, and in some cases, that's probably not a terrible thing. I wouldn't do this, but I'm sure you could make an argument for the library needing to be trimmed down. It's a really long segment. It's a long, monotonous segment. I think there's value in its monotony. If you've played, I think that's Silent Cartographer, I think is the mission. I'm not 100% certain about that. It's been a hot minute, and I, like, half pay attention anytime, like, the chapter titles come up on the screen, so, but it's the mission where you go, it's a really old game. Spoiler, if you haven't played it yet, it's on you at this point, right? That's the mission where the Flood first show up, right? Is the one where you're going through the library and you're fighting against the Flood, and it's these endless hordes of these zombie creatures pouring over you while you're trying to fight through the library, right? It's a really harsh bit. It's like a pretty tricky bit to get through, actually. Got it, okay. But that... Nose itchy. But I think there is value in that monotony. Just due to the narrative context, right? I don't think that's a terrible thing. But there, of course, probably, I mean, there's a good chance they're going to trim that down. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I feel like a lot of people would be happy if they did, even. These are both the same. Okay. That needs to go on the outside. Yes. So this goes in like this. Yes. Awesome. That was not I'm very happy for how easy it actually was for me to figure out which pieces went where.
There's distinct tells on each of these pieces for where they're actually supposed to go, so that's actually really good. Thank goodness. I got really worried the second I realized that these were all individual unique pieces, and I had not paid attention to which ones I had grabbed. Yeah, very long-winded way for me to say I'm not playing a Combat Evolved remake. Believe it or not, I'm going to say something crazy that is not crazy to literally anybody that knows me. Combat Evolved is my favorite Halo game. I love Combat Evolved. I'm not going to argue it's the best Halo game, because I think there's a lot of, like, failings in it that are the result of a relatively inexperienced team that are clearly working on a deadline, right? Halo had, like, crunch in its development. It had some issues in its development. That's, well known. But it has, like, an interesting take on game design that we do not see in any other shooter. And it's the result of it actually being a failed open world game. The original concept of Halo, if my information is correct, was that they wanted it to be an open world shooter. And that didn't end up happening due to, time constraints, console limitations. There's a lot of stuff that ended up going into that not happening. But the result is that in the end, you have these large open sandbox-like maps in Combat Evolved that facilitate this, large-scale vehicular combat, gameplay in a way that none of the other Halo games do. And that's brilliant, and I love that, and I think it's fantastic. And I think there are actually, building blocks that could have been applied to Halo Infinite had they actually looked back to the map designs of Halo Combat Evolved, that they of course didn't do because it's 343. And now they're gonna go and just change the whole thing? Yeah, okay. They're burying its legacy. And quite bluntly, I don't think it's going to help get anybody into Halo either. Halo's been dead for a while now, unfortunately. And I think, if you weren't into Halo, you're not going to be into Halo, A remake of Halo Combat Evolved is not going to get people to play Halo. Uh-oh. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Where's 4? There's 4. Yeah, I got a really unpopular opinion of Halo there. A lot of people's, it's split. I know some people whose favorite Halo is 3. I know some people whose favorite Halo is Reach. Reach is very good. I know a couple people whose favorite is even ODST. I think, from what I've seen, the common favorite is Halo 2. Unfortunately, I've actually not played Halo 2. That is a failing on my part. I'm really upset I've never played Halo 2. And there's a very good chance if I played 2, 2 would be my favorite over 1. 2 does not have the map design philosophies of 1, but 2 has a phenomenal campaign. I've looked at, the cutscenes and the lore and everything, so, I know the plot progression of Halo 2. It's very good. I just need to actually sit down and play it. One of my past professors was a Halo nerd, and the soundtrack was the only thing he listened to on Spotify. Halo soundtrack is on Spotify? Oh, I'm gonna have to steal that for my game I'm working on, and you put it into my playlist for when I'm working on said game. Yup. Halo soundtrack is phenomenal. I forget the name of the composer, but, it's very good. Warthog Run is a fantastic piece of music. The main Halo theme is a fantastic piece of music. The music in ODST is all fantastic. ODST is really good. Wow. ODST is pretty good. Yeah, my favorite Halos are all the weird fringe ones. I really like ODST, I like Reach, I like Combat Evolved. I like ODST and Reach specifically because we're not playing as Chief. I think Halo has focused too much on Chief. Chief is a small part of the Human Covenant War. He's a very, very small part of the Human Covenant War. And, like, even, like, with Master Chief, right? You know his name's not Master Chief. His name is John 117. Master Chief Petty Officer is a military rank, and that's something that's been forgotten in the mythos of the Master Chief. He had a Who Has the Longest Spotify Playlist contest to see if anyone had a longer playlist than his Halo ODST playlist. Is Halo ODST's soundtrack really that long? Oh, Halo OST. I read that wrong. There was put an extra D in that. Halo OST. Yeah, that's awesome. Hey, yo, one of my friends is playing Marvel Rivals. Maybe I should reinstall Marvel Rivals. I haven't played it since like season 1. I'm gonna say something. It's okay. So Marvel Rivals. Oh boy, here we go. Here's another one. I am not happy by the existence of Marvel Rivals because I think it fundamentally doesn't work with Marvel's concepts. Marvel characters don't fit in a hero shooter. And that there's nothing more telling of that reality than the fact that half the characters in Marvel Rivals don't even shoot at people. They just punch things. Marvel Rivals should not have been built as a hero shooter. Marvel Rivals should have been built as a spiritual successor to Anarchy Reigns. So Anarchy Reigns, I know nobody's heard of that, so I have to go into it now. Anarchy Reigns was a 3D beat-em-up brawler game developed by Platinum Games. It was designed as an online PvP experience. Unfortunately, you can't play it. I'll have to confirm that. Unfortunately, to my knowledge, you can't play it online anymore, so the online component is completely dead and gone and means nothing anymore, right? But it was designed to be a PvP brawler. Phenomenal concept. It's actually really fun, too, though I didn't finish the campaign. I need to get back to it. A campaign, unfortunately, has the problem of being one of those, like, campaign slapped on something that was made to be a PvP game sort of thing, so it's not the best actual campaign, but the core mechanics are really fun, right? But really, that sort of approach should have been the model they went with something like Marvel Rivals, because Marvel characters, they're not exactly known for shooting people. You know, some are, but most of them aren't. They would have been better served in a brawler-style game. Now, here's the part that frustrates me the most about that. Marvel Rivals is objectively way more fun than Overwatch. I quite enjoy Marvel Rivals. Specifically, I enjoy playing as Penny Parker. Penny Parker is a lot of fun to play as. So yeah, I genuinely really enjoyed playing Marvel Rivals. I think out of everybody I was playing Marvel Rivals with, I played Marvel Rivals more than any of them. Built a good game. Yeah, I can disagree with the philosophy behind it all I want, but they built a good game. I can't knock the actual... Well, okay, I can totally knock parts of the game design. Funny enough, there's, like, issues other people have had with it that I have to sit down and be like, no, actually, that's not as bad as you think it is. So things like Jeff, right? Jeff being able to scoop everybody up in his mouth and spit them off the edge of a cliff. That's really annoying for, like, 5 characters. The thing is, a significant part of that roster is capable of flying or swinging or like teleporting or doing something. A significant part of that roster has a hard counter to being spit off the edge by Jeff. For instance,
There's a lot more characters than just this, but for instance, Penny Parker. Every time that I got scooped up in the mouth of a Jeff, it's Jeff, I think, right? Jeff the Land Shark. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I got that wrong. But every time I got scooped up in the mouth of a Jeff the Land Shark and he spit me off the edge of a map as Penny Parker, all I had to do is use my web swing to get right back in front of his face, where he did not have the damage output to deal with me because I'm a tank character. I would shred Jeffs. Another thing I would do to shred Jeffs, again, specifically playing Penny Parker, because I didn't only play Penny, per se. I played Jeff once. So she can put down mines. In addition to that, she has this, like, web spawner device. She basically makes a nest. That nest creates... It does not want to go in. What? The nest, when you put it down, it spawns these, like, little spider... There we go. Spider mines, right? And, you know, anybody who goes into the nest, the mines will go and attack. In addition, I can put down my own mines, and when people get close enough, they'll activate and they'll do damage, right? And so Jeff, when he's doing his ultimate, where he grabs everybody up in his mouth, he's actually still vulnerable when he's doing that. And if you just sit in your nest with all your mines, and Jeff waddles up and tries to slurp everybody up in his mouth when you're sitting on the point, because he's trying to get you off the point so that his allies can come and take the point while you're not on the point, right? If you have all those mines set up, guess who gets hit by all of those mines? Jeff the Land Shark goes from being obnoxious to gone. Do you have any idea how many kills I have on Jeff the Land Shark because he tried to ult me as Penny Parker? So yeah, no, a lot of these things are more balanced than they appear. Like, you know, there is, like, one of the characters, Scarlet Witch, her ult is an insta-kill move. But she's vulnerable while she's doing it. You can just shoot her and lock it down. Anybody who has, like, a stun capability can lock down an enemy's ults by literally just hitting them with the stun, right? So there is, believe it or not, counterplays to a lot of this stuff that seems really broken. And yeah, it does require certain matchups, right? Obviously, if you don't have a Penny on the team, you can't have Penny spawn a whole bunch of mines to blow up a Jeff the Land Shark, obviously, right? But the reality is still, like, the core point still applies of, like, there are characters with counterplays to a lot of the other characters, so even things that are obnoxious or seem, like, really hard to deal with have hard-baked ways to actually deal with them. Which makes the game, like, gives a much larger, like, skill set. Like, there's more skill to the game than it might at first appear. Yeah, it just makes it interesting. It's actually really fun. I like Marvel Rivals. I hate to say it, because, like I said, I disagree with the philosophies behind it. I disagree with the game design. I don't think it fits Marvel. I think they should have gone with something else for Marvel. But it's a fun game. I think it's a cool game. Why have I not played it since Season 1 if I thought it was a cool game? I don't play shooters. A lot of the shooters I play because I play with friends. And like I said, I played Marvel Rivals more than any of my friends did. So I just kind of didn't keep up with it. And now I don't know the state of the game. You know, tricks I used to use with Penny, I don't know if they'd still work. Because they changed the way her mines work. I do know that. I forget what it was, but they either messed with the cooldown or, like, changed how long the mines stay out for. It was something like that. So I don't necessarily know, like, my tricks would necessarily work anymore. Because I used to... They probably would, mind you, but I'd have to test the character, right? I don't know if the projectile distance, that's going to be the biggest one, if they shortened the throw distance on the mines. Because what I used to do is I would use the mines offensively, right? Instead of just, like, setting them up... Like, I'd still set them up as traps, to be clear, right? I'd be like, that's a choke point. I know they're going to come this way through the choke point, so I'm going to put them all here. I'd still do that. But what I would also do is I would look and see these guys are right here. So let me just launch a bunch of mines around here, and then it's gonna activate on top of them. You know, I do things like if they're here and I know this is their retreat, I guess this is actually just what you're supposed to do with this kind of stuff, but if they're here and their retreat is through here, let me throw mines here because I know there's pressure right here from my guys, and then when they back up like this and they don't realize I just threw a mine past them to the doorway that they're now trying to leave through because they got one of my attackers pushing damage on them, and then they walk right into my mine and blow up. Yeah, so here's the thing. I would get top kill consistently in Marvel Rivals. That's very unusual for me. I'm very bad at shooters, and it's because I played very aggressively with putting her mines on everyone. Not everything, everyone. I put them on top of people's faces. Penny Parker was a lot of fun to play. I have no confidence in my ability to play anyone that requires me to, you know, actually aim at people's faces. Which Penny, you know, you should actually. Penny gets, like, headshot damage still, if I remember right. So, yeah. That was fun, though. Yeah, it was actually a pretty fun game. Ugh. Can't believe I have to praise Marvel Rivals of all things. Ugh. Actually, you know it was honestly more fun than Overwatch 2? Gundam Evolution, which I've got similar issues with. I've actually got really big issues, disagreements with the game design philosophies behind Gundam Evolution. I don't think it's a great game, but I think it was more fun to play than Overwatch. I think it's, like, sort of class designations were terrible. I think the mobile suits did not have enough, like, there were some mobile suits that were basically just copies of Overwatch characters, but a lot of the mobile suits just did not have very clearly identified team roles, which was a huge problem, because, like, when you have these, like, competitive team-based games, you typically want classes to be well-defined because they serve specific combat roles, right? They influence, like, the play style, the way the team has to coordinate and move together and whatnot. And Gundam Evolution really didn't have that because, like, everything was a DPS, except sometimes when it could also heal in DPS, right? So you didn't... The coordination really wasn't there. You didn't have tanks that were holding choke points the same way because, like, everyone had similar health pools or damage outputs. I mean, like, the Methus was a great... That was one I used, by the way. The Methus is a great example of this sort of, like, lack of clear team dynamic identity. The Methus was highly mobile because the Methus is a transforming mobile suit, so it would transform into Wave Rider form, and I could get, like, anywhere on the map with it. It also had... It could put down a turret, so that gave it good point control. It also had these, like, wires it could attach to an ally to heal them. It could also revive this way, which gave it, healing. It also had an ult where it did a power shot with its beam pistols that did a whole bunch of damage. So let's break this down. It is somehow super mobile, point control, healer, DPS. It does everything! It has no team role, because it's not the healer. It can heal, but, like, it's not the healer because it's also a high DPS character, so you want to push a lot of damage off of it while also control... Why is it doing everything? These things should be split between specific different suits. They shouldn't be all... That's the one I used, because you could throw the turret at somebody's face while reviving an ally and doing power shots to do a lot of damage. It was stupid. Now, the trade-off was it had really low HP, so it really was like a hit-and-run type suit, but, like, the other skills on top of that aren't... It's a hit-and-run suit that had point control. That doesn't make sense. Gundam Evolution had really, really bad class designation for its characters. But... Shoot, I forgot to do a step. Whoops. Ah! But it was more fun than Overwatch. I did enjoy the moment-to-moment gameplay.
as much as I have issues with, like, its, I think it's also, like, it wasn't a good Gundam game. It did not feel like you were, which was my core issue with it in the first place. The game never felt like you were piloting a mobile suit. It felt like you were controlling a clumsy hero shooter character. In addition to that, like, the thing just looks like Overwatch, and it had skills in it that objectively shouldn't work in Gundam. So, you know, it had things like homing attacks and whatnot that Gundam straight up should not have. If you know Gundam lore, it's not possible in setting. Plus, this is my go-to for explaining, like, my big issue with, like, the artistic integrity of really Gundam as a whole. Like, the Gundam franchise is losing its artistic integrity every year. But Bandai certainly doesn't care about it either, because, like, what they did with Gundam Evolution, for instance, is if you're aware of the character Ryu from the original Mobile Suit Gundam and how he sacrifices himself, they gave that to the gun tank, as its ult. That's stupid. That is so stupid. It's just, that was a huge emotional moment from the thing that is just thrown in and, like, jingly keys fan service in the shooter game, and that bothers me a lot. Oh, actually, the gun tank, I keep saying, I'm doing that, whoops. The gun tank, it's also weird what mobile suits they put in the game. So, like, the gun tank was in there. Wing Gundam was never in there, though. Heavy Arms did end up in there, and Heavy Arms is a big one. Nothing from Seed, that's not true. There was something from Seed. So the Freedom never showed up. But you know what did show up? The Dom variant that was used by Zaft forces? I don't like Seed, so I don't remember all the names of Seed stuff. But yeah, the Dom Trooper, I think it was called. That was my favorite, actually. The Dom Trooper, outside of, like, the Methis. The Methis was, like, my main, but, like, the Dom Trooper was really fun. I actually liked it a lot. But yeah, it's from Seed, right? They didn't have any of the protagonists' mobile suits from Seed. What they had instead was a Grunt mobile suit from Seed. It took them till the game got canceled for them to add the Zeta Gundam. There was a gym. They had the basic gym in the starting roster. I don't understand the mobile suits they put into Gundam Evolution. It doesn't make sense. Like I said, Wing never made it in the game. I don't like Wing either, but, like, Wing is objectively one of the most popular. It's like Seed and Wing are two of the most popular Gundam series. So why was Wing not in the starting roster for their hero shooter? It's whack. It's really weird. Oh, you know what? That's what that's for. I was wondering what those points in there were for. That's to fix the bazookas too. That's awesome. That's cool. Okay. A5. I wanted to break out my new desk mat, and have that here instead of my cutting mat. I didn't want plastic all in my new desk mat. I'll still pull out my new desk mat if people want to see it, but... Oh, speaking of, like, desk mats and stuff, I got my Oshi Push stuff. I kind of assume I might have to explain what Oshi Push is. Oshi Push is your people, you want to see my new desk mat? Is that what that means? Oshi Push is a card game that I guess I should look into. I'm not sure what their plan for it is overall, but it's Face Connect character, Face Connect talents. The first Let me construct my sentence real quick. Their first set of cards is all Phase Connect. I don't actually know if the plan for Oshi Push is to be purely Phase Connect moving forward, or if they plan to branch into like other VTuber groups as well. I'm not actually sure. I'd have to see if they've said anything about that. They probably have, and I'm just not privy to it. But I backed it and got the Pippa and Tenma starter decks, and I got like the playmats and whatnot, so I have all those. I'm really excited to break into those. I don't know how the game plays yet. I haven't looked up the rules yet. I really should have forever ago, but yeah, it's cool. I could pull those playmats out too. I like playmats. I've got a problem. If you want me to buy your merch set, adding a playmat to it is a huge way to get me to buy a playmat or a desk mat, anything that I can take to card game events. Yeah. But yeah, Calypso, what do you mean by that? You mean you want to see my desk mat? I showed you all this stuff, by the way. You've seen it already in DMs, but that doesn't mean I'm not okay with breaking it out anyway. Oh, you know what? I don't think I showed you the Oshi Push stuff, though. Did you hear a new group of male VTubers debuted? No, I didn't. Don't really care or know anything about them. Just saw jokes that one of them looks like Vesper. Huh, interesting. I actually did not know that. Did you know that Phase Connect just released a new generation? Also saw his model moving, and it's better than Nichi Sanji, but still not great. Better than Nichi Sanji is a very, very low bar. But, good to know. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, FaZe did just release a new gen, though. They got a croc girl who can blow bubbles. Blow bubblegum bubbles. Yeah, she's got the delinquent look and can blow bubblegum bubbles. And I think that's neat. I think that's a really fun toggle. She also apparently speaks Afrikaans? I don't know how to say it correctly. It's spelled weird. And I went, I don't know what that is. So I had to go look it up. And it's a South African language that is a derivative of Dutch, apparently. So, first of all, South Africa has had like a bunch of colonies. Yeah, I need to look into it a little bit. I don't know. Alright, I'm getting dangerously close to talking about some crazy political stuff actually in those, so I'm going to keep it very simple, because there's a lot of stuff going on with South Africa. So, I'm just going to talk about what little I know historically speaking. South Africa has been like a collection of British colonies, from my understanding. My understanding is very limited on that, though. And specifically, when I looked into this was apparently a result of Dutch colonies in South Africa. But, like, her particular language that she speaks, her first language, is that derivative, like, South African derivative language. And I'm like, that's fascinating. That is so fascinating. What does that mean? Does that mean she lives in South Africa? Because I think that's a first for me that I've seen, and that's really interesting. And specifically to see a VTuber, especially like a corporate VTuber, come from South Africa. I don't think I've personally seen that before, and I'm fascinated by that. I also did not know that language was a thing, so I am fascinated by that as well. Yeah, bubblegum fun. Bubble gum is fun. Blech. Definitely a super fun toggle. Then they got a siren, and she sings pretty, which should be very unsurprising. I can't wait to figure out how they're all crazy. I can't wait for their sad girl origin stories to start coming out. Because phase connect. Yeah, Eclipse, I'll have to send you her stuff later, or some of the stuff I was seeing later about the phase gen. Phase is fun. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna do it today, but I do have a booster box for Oshi Push that I need to open. And maybe take the whole box. I'll set you aside for a moment. Don't worry, you'll be coming back. Ha ha ha. Oh, wait. I didn't think that through very well. That's fine. Yeah. Look, it's Fishman. Look. It's the Fishman himself. I just got a box because stuff is expensive, right? So when I didn't have like a ton of money at the time when I backed the Kickstarter in the first place. So it was one of those things where it's like I got what I could at the time, which was the two starter decks and the booster box. So I have a booster box, and that was important to me too, because like the booster boxes, specifically the ones you got out of the Kickstarter backing, are marked as being, that was, if I remember right, that's what debut meant on all these, was that this was their first ever run. So these are all marked as being from the very first set they ever printed. Which is super cool, and I have that as a little piece of history. I also have the pre-debut starter decks, so I did already have these just as the pre-debut one, so like the prototypes, right? The pre-debut ones were their prototypes that they were bringing to like cons and whatnot, and when they went and they were like, yeah, so we're gonna sell like the decks based off of the pre-debut ones as like a special limited collector's thing, I did buy those as well. So I actually already had these, just with different art from the prototypes. So let's go. I'll grab the playmats in a sec. I want to do more work on the model. It's cool. I like card games. I don't know if you've noticed, if you look through my old streams, you might be able to find some unboxing of certain cases that I spent a lot of money. I haven't done that in a while. I haven't had oh, it's not 2,000. That's not correct. I pulled some $2,000 cards out of some of those. But no, that was like 1,200, I think, for a case of Weiss, somewhere around those lines. Yeah, I have not had the over $1,000 to drop on another case recently, and it makes me sad. We spent many hours unboxing those Hololive cards. That we did. I wanted a Blue Archive case, and I did not get a Blue Archive. Oh, the torso's done. We're going to set him aside for now.
Oh no! Stickers. All like stickers. Actually, I should pull my tweezers out. I bought tweezers specifically for this purpose. They're in here, right? Please tell me they're in here. They're supposed to be in here. Oh, thank goodness. There they are. I really wanted a Blue Archive case. Alright, did not end up getting a Blue Archive case because they're very, very expensive to buy full cases. I'm tempted to see, I'm tempted to reach out. I'm in the Discord for my local Weiss Schwartz scene. I'm tempted to reach out and see if anybody is, like, selling a playset. Because I still want my full playset, at the very least. Don't like stickers, they're rough, coarse, and irritating, and they get everywhere except where you want them to stick. Yes. Yes. That is my frustration with stickers. But yeah. I want my Abitos deck. To be fair, though, I think that also requires me to get the starter deck for the... I don't like trading card games. That might come as a surprise, based on the amount of money I've spent on trading card games. But, like... the trading card system's a scam, man. It demands you waste so much money to get the stuff you're looking for. It's terrible. I much prefer the living card game system, because I really like card games. I like cards, I like card art, I like the systems. It's the trading card portion. It's like the rarities, the opening packs part that really bothers me. Opening packs is fun, by the way. It's definitely enjoyable, but it's the drop rates. The drop rates are terrible. You know, people talk about how Genshin is like super predatory. Oh boy, let me introduce you to Konami. By the way, that's a whole other rant too, but I'm going to put this very simply. The gacha space was much worse for the consumer before we got the standardized system that Genshin uses. You know, people love to accuse Genshin of being really terrible in its system. Let me introduce you to the 0.0002% drop rate of any specific character in Sinnoh Alice. Yeah, like, no, Genshin's system is not the worst gacha ever made. That's just not true. There are much more predatory systems that have existed prior to Genshin. Genshin coming out and creating a system, actually I'm not sure if they created it, but it's definitely the system that was standardized, at least around when Genshin came out. That system that Genshin uses that has like standardized gacha moving forward, it's easier to understand across platforms, and it's much more forgiving than the systems that existed prior. Some of the systems. It kind of depends on what game you're looking at. So no, I think people are really stupid for like getting... Now, if you want to tell me like gacha in general is bad, that's a different conversation, and I think that's a totally valid stance. I think people tend to get a little over-aggressive on it, but, like, yeah, no, it's... I'm not going to call it gambling. I think that's actually... I think if you're going to call that gambling, you have to call trading cards gambling, and the reality is you put in money for a product, and you got the product, right? The product wasn't a guarantee of anything specific. You just paid for, like, you know, cards, right? You paid for a set of 9 cards. You got a set of 9 cards. It's not really gambling. Like, there's no loss. Technically, we can sit and argue about card rarities, but
Any of that value is secondhand market stuff. But, oh, right, I like living card games. Forgot, that was where I started. I like living card games. The concept of that, this is what Marvel, I think it's called Marvel Champions does. This is what Netrunner did. How it works, and there's other ones too. Those are the two that I personally have experience with. How the system works is it's another card game, just like blind box toys are closer to gambling because of the way people treat them. I want one specific toy in this set and we'll buy all of them until I get the one. See, people still do that with trading cards too. But, you know, blind box people are weird. I think there's actually more value in trading cards than there are in the blind box things, because the trading cards have mechanics behind them, if that makes sense. Like, you know, people love to be like, oh, it's just a piece of cardboard. It's actually not just a piece of cardboard. Yeah, it's a piece of cardboard with some ink on it, but it's a game piece, right? It has mechanical significance to a larger system. So, no, it's not just a piece of cardboard. That's why cards have value. Cards have value not just because it's a piece of art. I mean, for crying out loud, like, do you still see people collect baseball cards and whatnot? Those are, like, dead and gone. It's, you know, the fact is the system behind it is what gives them value. It's not the card. I mean, obviously, card art has a factor. That's why, like, different rarity card, like, exist with, like, alternate card art. There's a factor there of, like, the scarcity that makes it value. But the fact that it's a game piece in a larger system is a big part of why it's valuable. Like, what are the highest value cards in Yu-Gi-Oh? They're all the things that, like, people use. They're all the things that are at low drop rarity that are, like, important pieces for certain builds. Those are the things that get up to obscene amounts. Like, it's not arbitrary, is my point. Gosh, what a pretty head design. I love Kampfer. Same with cards, yeah. Yup. Now, find me a board game that uses blind boxes for its character acquisition. Not including, of course, the blind boxes they did for D&D figures. It was called Alternate Souls, and I actually thought it was really cool. Unfortunately, it had no following. It had 2 editions. Or not 2 editions, sorry. It had 2 sets, and that was it. Board game booster packs in... Oh, you know what? I'm stupid. They've been around for forever. That's what HeroClix is. Mage Knight Dungeons, HeroClix. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, that's been a thing. Oh, they did that even when they did the, there was a Star Wars board game, Star Wars strategy game, and that did that too. Yeah, no, that's been a thing. Yeah, I'm dumb. My age showing? Is my age showing by mentioning Mage Knight Dungeons? How many people in chat other than Clipsy know what Mage Knight Dungeons is? It's funny because nobody else has been chatting. I know there's other people here. Hold up. This is the call out to the probably 2 lurkers that may or may not be here. Have you ever heard of Mage Knight Dungeons? My current viewers says 4, but, like, I don't trust it to be 100% accurate. And I'm probably... I've got my own stream pulled up on another tab, so there's a good chance I'm one of those viewers as well, which means I probably only have 3 if it's being... This isn't relevant. It doesn't matter. Shoot, which one is it? It's that one. Is it that one? Oh, look at the little Xeon decals! Ah! Look! Look, it's there we go. Look at that! Look, see, so these are, that's the Xeon emblem. And these here, these are the Cyclops team patches. Or emblem, I guess. They would be patches on like a uniform, but here they're decals on a mobile suit. That's the Special Forces unit that is the main characters of 0080. Oh gosh, that's like a Tobuscus voice. Ugh. All the games that are dead for some reason because they were WizKids. Some of it's licensing issues, a lot of it is mishandling of the individual properties. By the way, it's the same company that published the old Harry Potter trading card game as well, that I'm sure nobody remembers. That was actually really fun, but too bad it didn't live either. I usually assume I have one or two more viewers than listed because viewers with ad blockers. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Oh, hey, I painted Xeon emblem on a patch for a shirt. What? That's cool. Okay, hold on, let me see. I am supposed to be using this sticker? I'm a little bit confused about this sticker. Yes, it's that sticker. It goes right there. Goes like that. Yes. Oh boy, I really do hate these stickers. Okay. You know what I want to start doing, honestly? I want to start not bothering at all. I'm very tempted to just start, instead of putting stickers on stuff when they ask for stickers, just painting instead. Because these stickers are such a nightmare. Especially on something like this right here, where it's like wrapping around. I don't enjoy. This does not spark joy. I feel like I'm talking more than I have in past streams, which tells me that it's been a while. Oh, come on. That didn't quite... What? I'm so confused about how that's lying in one piece. I don't like that. I don't like the way that looks. That looks weird. I did it right? Did I? Yeah. Stickers. Bear with me. Okay, there we go. Unironically, it would have been easier if I just got white paint. It looks alright now that's applied. There we go. That part was confusing me. It wasn't laying how I wanted it to.
it was the pieces were sticking up weird, so that's overlapping on itself, which you really can't tell on camera. It's not super easy to tell on the actual piece now that it's lying like on top of each other properly. But I was having an issue lining it up how it's supposed to be. It was confusing me. But I got it. I did get it. This genuinely would have been easier to paint on. Remember, before anybody says that's crazy, because that's a tiny detail, I freehanded these shoulder pads. To be fair, you can tell because they're wonky. But, no, it would have been easier to paint those on. Okay. You know what I really want to do? There's stuff with stupid sketch, checkered patterns in 40K, and I want to freehand one of those. Not because I think I'd be good at it, because I want to make myself suffer. I think it'd be fun. Like, I think it would make a good painting challenge. Oh, I love the Kampfer. Look at this weird beak head. Ah! Kind of reminds me of Samus, actually, the way it... Well, okay, like, old Samus, though. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe you know what I mean. I don't know if you look at, like, early Samus art from, like, the original Metroid. Her head is kind of longer, and... Yeah. Still has a bit of that look in the later stuff, too, but, like, it was really prevalent in the, her profile in the original Metroid is very similar to that of the alien from Alien, because it was inspired by Alien. Did you know that Metal Gear was not Metal Gear, I'm dumb. Did you know that Metroid was inspired by Alien? Freehand some checkers for Du Bois? Maybe. Also, though, the Lamenters. The Lamenters also have checkered patterns. They're a Space Marine. They're one of the oh shoot, what do they call them? Successor chapters. They're a successor chapter. Oh shoot, who are they successor for? Oh, I don't remember. Oh shoot, I actually don't remember who they're a successor chapter for. This brings up a point. I'm just going to address this very simply because I actually kind of want to make an entire video on it. But there's this huge argument. People argue about, like, I've seen people be like, oh, the Space Marine setup is stupid because, like, it doesn't make sense for a military because it's too few, right? Like, because the thing is, just a brief context, Space Marine chapters are supposed to only have 1,000 men per chapter, right? That is the requirement set forth by the Codex Astartes. So here's the deal with that, though. There's a lot to talk about with that ruling, right? Now, the thing I see people say a lot is that the limit doesn't make sense because essentially it's too few. Like, they've got this elite fighting force that is artificially limited to a very... Dang it, the sticker went out of whack. That is artificially limited to a very small amount of people. It's not enough of a fighting force to actually, like, defend the galaxy at large, right? That's sort of the issue I see people have with it. But I'm going to explain why none of that matters and is actually incorrect. First off, not everybody even listens to the Codex Astartes. For instance, the Grey Knights cheat by having a bunch of initiates that are not Space Marines, but they're already ready to take up the mantle of Space Marine, so when a Space Marine dies, conveniently they have more Space Marines on hand. In addition to that, things like the Space Wolves don't care. Space Wolves have more than 1,000 men. So, like, the ruling isn't even enforced properly among the Space Marines, but even when we take into account, let's say everyone did follow the Codex Astartes to the letter, and everyone, you know, they stick to that 1,000 man ruling, right? Here's why that doesn't even matter, and you still have plenty of Space Marines regardless of the conflict. Successor chapters. I don't think people understand that successor chapters exist. I don't think people understand that the 6 space... Shoot, hold up, give me a sec. So I believe it's 12 original chapters, but the thing is, like, half of them went traitor, so there's about 6, I want to say, loyalist Space Marine chapters. It's something along that line. And if that's all you had, and that was like 1,000 men each, yeah, no, totally makes sense. I understand, like, having an issue with that, especially in a galactic spanning empire, right? But first of all, every single individual Space Marine is insane. They're a lot more insane than a lot of people realize, because quite bluntly, the game does not reflect their lore. They should not be able to be killed by Imperial Guardsmen. That should not be physically possible. Those guns should not be capable of penetrating Space Marine armor, and yet they do, because, well, quite bluntly, how much would the game suck if Imperial Guard just couldn't kill Space Marines? That'd be insane. Yeah. So there's that, right? Now I set this aside. Because look at this, the head, the head shell is done. It has no guts, but ooh, that's cool. It's very bird-like. Yeah, so like 1,000 men is a lot for Space Marines. Like, yeah, and then those are further split into, I forget the term they use for them, but those are further split into groups of 100 men, and there's 10 of those 100 men units within each Space Marine chapter. 100 Space Marines is absolutely enough to level a hive city. Like, they're very hard to kill. Right, so that is a much more terrifying force than people give them credit for. But it doesn't matter in the end of the day, because successor chapters exist. They've had multiple foundings of successor chapters, and what successor chapters are Space Marine chapters created through use of the gene seed of one of the main chapters, but are different chapters. So that's what the Lamenters are, for instance. Things like the let me see if I can remember. I think I want to say the Fire Angels was one. There's the Mantis Warriors, I think they were called. I might be messing up that name a bit, but they were a successor chapter that actually went rogue during the Sabbath Worlds Crusade, I believe it was. There's a lot of Space Marines. It's not just 6 chapters. So, like, there's this concern that, like, oh, it's too few Space Marines. No, it's not. If they need 10,000 Space Marines, they contact 10 chapters and they pull in 10,000 Space Marines. It's, you know, they are there. But on top of that, too, even taking that into consideration, right, there is also something we need to remember of Space Marines are very difficult to make, too. So even, like, when we consider, like, the limitations, or like, the limitations imposed on them, it also has to be remembered that there is a practical aspect to a certain degree of, like, Space Marine limitations as well, of just the nature of, like, it takes a long time to train a Space Marine. It's a very expensive process to train a Space Marine. A lot of Space Marine candidates do not survive the process of becoming Space Marines plus Gene Seed, right? You can only get, if my information is correct, you can only get 2 Space Marines from every 1 Space Marine because of how the gene stuff works, right? So you've got hard set limits of how many Space Marines you can have. It's not something that you can freely just make as many as you want. But assuming you have the Gene Seed available, you can just make a successor chapter. You can make successor chapters to fill out the ranks as you need them, assuming you have Gene Seed on hand to do so. I don't think people really understand that. I think people think that hard limit is far more restrictive than it actually is, just due to the fact that people don't think about the reality of successor chapters. Why am I talking about Warhammer? I guess it's
is related to Plamo, but oh my gosh, I'm never gonna get this done at this rate. Okay. I need my model. Obviously, so I can't model because phone. Phone here. So phone can't be doing this. Right? Because phone here. So phone, yeah, no can model. But I need to, because that'd be more fun. I need to get my model sorted out better anyway, though. I need to make a whole new one so that it can do more. I need to make 2 of these, because these are the feetsies? Hold up. What am I making? No. No, these are not the feetsies. This is the arm. Okay, this is the rest. Got it. I'm confused. Give me a sec. Ah, okay, less confused. I see what I'm doing. PCC. This is PC. This is PC. Excuse me. I hope they didn't pick up on the camera. We'll see. Okie dokie. Oh, that's why I'm starting to blank out. It's nearly 2 a.m. I should wrap up. I want to make these arms. I think I'm going to finish these arms and then wrap up there. Because quite bluntly, I don't think it's a good idea for me to stream past 2 a.m. I think that's a bad idea. Partially because I gotta get up in the morning. I got stuff I gotta do. But also, 2 a.m. is about where the filter likes to turn off. And, yeah. That could be bad. C12. Oh, I want to play Gorka Morka though. Speaking of checkers on Du Bois. Oh, I want to play Gorka Morka. Clipsy, we need to play Gorka Morka. We need to figure that out. We need to figure out how to like do videos for Gorka Morka. Gorka Morka's cool. Let me explain what Gorka Morka is. Back in the day, Games Workshop was cool, and they did cool stuff like Gorka Morka and Battlefleet Gothic, and now they're lame, and instead of doing Battlefleet Gothic and Gorka Morka, they make Aeronautica Imperialis, so they can do the same thing to Aeronautica Imperialis that they did to Gorka Morka and Battlefleet Gothic, and Titanicus. I'm not happy about how they handle projects, in case you can't tell. I think Aeronautica Imperialis is a very cool game that they dropped support for too early. These are... Yes, okay. But, what Gorka Morka is basically take Mad Max, orcs. It's Mad Max plus orcs. And you get to, like, customize and build out your vehicles. And it's very cool. So it's a vehicular-based combat game. It's built to be played in, like, a campaign structure. So you're, like, battling and like building up, like taking wounds between battles, hiring new people, stuff like that. Very cool game. They used to have actually several like campaign-based games like that, like Mordheim. Yes, Mordheim was one of them. It was for Warhammer Fantasy. Mordheim it looks really cool. I want to play Mordheim. What was I thinking? Yeah, Gorka Morka is really cool. I want to play Gorka Morka. I have a model car I've been meaning to customize into a Gorka Morka car. So that's really cool. But yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to play it, because, well, nobody plays it. Battlefleet Gothic, since I brought that up, Battlefleet Gothic is my favorite Warhammer game I've ever gotten a chance to play, because they dropped support for that. Like, shoot, I want to say it was back in the 90s that they dropped support for that. I might be wrong, though. I'd have to look into it. Battlefleet Gothic was their Starship game. Battlefleet Gothic was you get to pilot, like, the big old capital ships and fight with those, which is super cool, because 40K has cool starships. But they dropped support for that, so yeah, that's fun. You can't get the stuff anymore. Or I should say, it's hard to get this stuff for. It's not you can't get it, it's that it's pretty hard to get, like, actual original stuff for Battlefield Gothic. People like 3D print stuff and whatnot, so it's not like it's not available at all. I was supposed to cut out a second one of these. Whoops. It's that one. It's that one right there. Huh. Yeah, it's definitely not supposed to be there. I don't like that. Oops. Probably shouldn't say too much about it, as the thing is not in a state to even show to people. But I'm working on my own game that takes a lot of nods from Battlefleet Gothic, but adds mechs, and I'm really excited to have that in a playable state. It's not playable right now, like, it's not playable right now. I'm still making stuff for it, but I am excited to have that working. It's been an idea I've had for a long time. I also have an RPG I need to make. That has been in the works for far longer than it should be. Oh boy. So hopefully I can show that off. My concern is, before I show that off, I need to understand copyright law a little bit more. Because I don't want somebody, like, stealing the idea because I showed it off. Like what I'm concerned about, and this comes from a lack of understanding of how copyright law works, right? I'm concerned about, like, for instance, deciding, let's do, like, a stream where I show off me designing aspects of this game. And then someone copies that verbatim and sells it as their own thing. I don't want that to happen. It would make me very sad. Not that I think anybody would really see it to do that anyway. I'm at, like, let me show you real quick. Where's my viewer count at? I have, according to YouTube right now, I have 4 viewers in stream, give or take. So, like, I doubt my 4 viewers are gonna steal my game and, like, sell it to Hasbro. Oh, shoot. Hasbro actually has a reputation for stealing people's games, actually. Is it Hasbro? It's not Hasbro, is it? Hold up. Let me think. Is it Hasbro? It might be Hasbro. Shoot. Ah. Is that right? Something looks off there. I think I cut out the wrong piece. I think I cut out 9s when I should have cut out 6s. Hold up. It don't look right. Yes. Yes, I did. I cut out the wrong ones. These come in later. Let's just put these aside for a second. I wanted these. Take another swig from my tea real quick. Ugh. Tea good. I enjoy tea. Oh boy. What was I just talking about? 40K. Oh, right. Copyright law. Everyone's favorite subject, law and order. We're putting the special in... Never mind, that's a bad joke. Never mind, I'm not saying that. These sides should both be the same. Yeah. Clipsy, that's your favorite Law and Order series, right? I know you love Law and Order. It's your favorite series, your crime series. I have, like, exclusively seen, I think, 2 episodes of Law and Order SVU. Yeah, that's a thing that exists. That is my opinion of Law and Order SVU. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember if it was good. What I can say is I definitely should not have seen any of Law and Order SVU at the age I saw it. So is it good? I don't know. It was... I don't want to say traumatic. I think that's a strong word, but it was not age appropriate. If you know what an SVU is, you understand. I was just telling my friend on Friday about my Law and Order SVU childhood trauma. She agreed it was horrifying, that thing for a child to have seen. Yep, Law and Order is SVU is a series. I prefer CSI. I think CSI is a great show. I'm gonna be honest, CSI has a nasty habit of bringing things back around to... You know what? Why are they not a special victims unit in CSI, come to think of it? Like, obviously, they're doing, like, the point of CSI is to focus on the forensics side of things, but, like, some of the cases they involve with, man, some of those are SVU cases, really. To be fair, like, I'm not super familiar with how, like, the police system works, right? So whether or not those should have been handed to an SVU team to deal with or not, I don't know. You'd have to ask somebody who's an officer. I'm not really... Or a detective, I guess. Not an officer. You'd have to ask somebody who works with detectives. Yeah. Organized Crime is the worst Law and Order show, though. I have only seen those two, but nothing could be worse than Organized Crime. Are you sure CSI Miami isn't worse than Organized Crime? I haven't actually watched CSI Miami. I have no interest in CSI outside of the original CSI. It's a waste of time to me to watch all these different variations of the same thing. I know nobody likes any other version of CSI, though. Oh, you know what? Except there was CSI New York, I think it was. I found, like, unwatchable. I did see some of that. I'm confident CSI Miami is not as bad. I don't know, man. I wouldn't necessarily say that until you watch CSI Miami. It's supposed to be really bad. It could be bad in a lot of the same ways, honestly. I like NCIS. NCIS is a little more drama than CSI, but NCIS is good. Like, CSI focuses on primarily the investigation stuff, with the character writing taking second place, and NCIS puts the character writing at first place, with still a healthy focus on the investigation stuff. Oh, you know what? That reminds me, though. I need to finish 24. I started Season 1 of 24. I didn't finish it, because the problem was... So, when I was watching 24, I was binging it, right? Obviously, I'm watching all this stuff way after when it originally aired, right? But I was binging the thing. I literally sat down and over, like, I think one day, maybe two, but I think it was like one day, I watched like half of the first season of 24. And I never went back to it, because the thing with 24 is it's very, very good. Like, that first season is incredible. It is some of the most tense writing I've ever seen for a show. It is constant high-pressure tension. And so, I never ended up going back to it, because while I genuinely really enjoyed watching it, I'm like, oh, do I want to feel stressed out right now? Do I want to put myself in a heightened state of stress and anxiety watching, like, these horrible things happen for another, 12 hours? But yeah, no, it's good. It is good. It's also pretty tense. Like, it is like as you might have gathered from what I was saying. Heyo, hello, Ethan. How are you? I'm building my camper. Do you want to see my new desk mats and stuff? I think Clipsy wanted to see them too, actually. Go that way, yeah. I like the Kampfer. Kampfer is my favorite mobile suit, as I said earlier. From my favorite... I'm putting it in upside down, aren't I? Yeah, I am. Favorite mobile suit from my favorite piece of Gundam, which is 0080 War in the Pocket. I quite like it. I need to watch 0083 Stardust Memories. I have seen such mixed thing about Stardust Memories. I've seen some people say that Stardust Memories is like the best piece of Gundam, and then I see people say it is terrible. I don't think I see like anything in between. It's basically like either it's the best or it's really bad.
From what I've been able to gather, that's issues primarily with character directing that like drags down a lot of the series. Though it looks pretty cool. Like I actually, or I guess I should say, 0083 looks like something. I don't want to give a definitive statement on it without seeing it, but it looks as to be something that should have been fantastic, but is plagued by a bunch of like directorial issues that just weighs it down overall. But the GPO units are super cool, and shoot, what's it called? Oh no, what's it called? It's the main villains, or not the main villain, because that's the GPO 3. GPO 2, GPO 2. Yeah, the GPO 2 is like the main villain mobile suit for that one. So it's not actually that one. It's the other one. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm blanking on the name. It's the one that's built off of the GPO 4's frame. They handed it to Xeon, but they stripped it of the outer armor so that it wasn't a Gundam, so they built another mobile suit on top of it. It's the one that's like the most feminine-shaped mobile suit in all of Gundam, which was absolutely intentional because they gave it to a girl. I forget the name of it, and it's making me really mad. It's a really cool mobile suit. I quite like the mobile suit. Anyway, GPO 3... 0083 has really good MS design. Watch, it's gonna come to me after I turn off stream. It's the one the Idol Girl was using in Build Fighters. Clipsy, do you remember the mobile suit that the Idol Girl was using in Build Fighters? That's the one I'm trying to remember the name of. Not hers specifically, of course, but like that base mobile suit. Yeah. But you remember the mobile suit at least, right? Hers was the same, it was just pink. Honestly, there was like very little to no modification actually done to it. It looked like pretty much a straight build, just in pink instead of the red that it's normally supposed to be. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name. This is like actually really upsetting me. When she wasn't a real fan, so she didn't do custom build. Well, remember, she didn't even build it. She had her fans build it. Yeah, that was a fun thing with Build Fighters. All of the characters, like... You know, ultimately Build Fighters is relatively low stakes. So all the characters end up just, like, able to interact with each other fine, like, outside of it. So you got a lot of these, like, you know, tense rivalries when they're on the mat. And then these just fun character moments outside of that. Because they really are just, you know, they're sportsmen. They're competitors. They're not fighting to kill each other. It's not war. It's just friendly competition. It's a hobby. So it leads to some really fun character dynamics that you wouldn't get out of like regular Gundam, because regular Gundam is, you know, it's a war story. Oh, I hate that. Okay. Ugh. Right here, okay. Yeah, there we go, that fits nicely. Goes here. Goes here or here? Here. Oh, that was satisfying. Nice little pop. Oh yeah, it's the wrist. I believe. Yes, it's the wrist. Yeah. Gosh, I love the Kampfer. You know what's interesting? I need to look into this a little bit, but I heard some people say they felt that the Kampfer looks a lot like an aquatic mobile suit. It's definitely it's got some of the same like smoother line work, but like I kind of don't think it does either, because it's missing certain things you expect to see. Certain like propulsion systems you expect to see out of an aquatic mobile suit typically, unless it's a Federation aquatic mobile suit. I don't think the Federation is very good at designing aquatic mobile suits, but I digress. But apparently part of the reason for that is because apparently the artist who designed this designed a lot of the aquatic mobile suits. So really that's what people are observing in the design structure, is less so it's got the nods of something designed for underwater combat. It's that they're seeing the same artist's approach to mech design in both. Which is honestly fascinating. It's really cool. I don't think it looks like something that's designed for underwater use. I see what they mean, though. It's a lot of the like the rounded texturing and stuff like that. It's very similar to the sort of aquatic mobile suit design. But again, especially with the one-year war mobile suits, the aquatic mobile suits typically show like underwater propulsion systems and whatnot somewhere on the design, which of course is lacking on the Kampfer's design. Oh, you know what I should do? I should play, not this week. So, most of this week should be preserved for Spoopy Week. Because, quite bluntly, I wanted to do stuff all month. And then I looked down, and it was already the last week of, yeah. So I'm sad. But, now I can definitely tell it's getting late. I'm losing track of my own thoughts. Ooh, that shaved a bit more than I wanted it to.
I want to do some custom builds for Gunpla. Or at the very least, custom paint jobs. I do eventually want to get another Kampfer and paint it up in custom colors. I think that'd be really fun. I have a Goof Custom that I got forever ago that it's been sitting on a shelf because I really want to do that one justice. I really want to go all out with that one, and I just don't have the tools to go all out with that one. Basically, I've been saving the Goof Custom till I get my hands on an airbrush, so I can do some like airbrushing textures with it and whatnot. I really, really, really want to do like cool stuff with that one. The Goof Custom is another favorite of mine. Great series too. Not 00, sorry. It's the 8th MS team. 8th MS team is the one that debuted the Goof Custom. That's a cool series. It's very like Vietnam War Gundam. See, where did my seed go? There did my seeds go. Alright. C2. As opposed to C4. Oh, there it is. There's C4. Where's C2? Oh, C2. Here we go. That's not the one I clipped out earlier. I shouldn't have, right? I think that was 12. No. Is that the Beam Saber? I think that might be the Beam Saber right there. Regardless. We need to. Oh, these are for the hands. I recognize that shape. Oh, you know what else I really want to get my hands on? There's two, actually. I want a Violent. I want a Violent and a Violent Custom. I really like the Violent. I think it's a really cool mobile suit. Whoop. So I want the Violent and the Violent Custom. And I want a Bound Dock. Yeah, all the really weird ones. You know what else I have, too, that I need to get to? I have the Humberby, speaking of weird mobile suits. Oh! But what I really need to get to, I have a Master Grade. Zeta. I gotta grab that. I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, let me grab that. I'm gonna show that off real quick. Hold on, I'll be right back. What? I gotta put stuff down.
I want to grab my other mats and things too. Ta-da! Yeah! Yeah, so like, I'm really excited to put this one together. Obviously I haven't popped it open or anything yet, but like, I've really wanted a Zeta for a while, and I found this, and this one's always been a little expensive for me, so I never picked it up. It was like, what, 40% off or something? So I got it. So I'm really happy about that, and I'm very excited to eventually get to this one. This one's going to be a bit more of an undertaking than, you know, there we go, than the high grades. You can already see how long it takes me to finish a high grade. Okay, to be fair, I've been talking a lot. If I did it on my own, it wouldn't be too bad, but I digress. Haven't done the master grade yet. I think I want to start with the RX-78 though for my master grades, because I imagine that's going to be easier to build than the Zeta. I expect the Zeta to be a little more complicated than the RX-78. So I'm probably going to start with that, get the RX-78 built, get the Char's Custom Zaku 2 built, and then I'll move on to the Zeta I've got over here. But I'm really excited to get to the Zeta. Oh, and I gotta figure out when to do my Humberby. Humberby is one of my favorites. Humberby it's just weird looking. It looks like a Stingray, and that's neat. Zeta Gundam has a lot of really weird mobile suit designs, and I quite like them for being kind of out there and weird. And the Humberby being one of them. Humberby is neat. It's also very, very fun in GBO2 because it's fast. It has a really cheap transformation. Like, the transformation is very cheap to perform. Because transformations... Humberbees might not actually... it's been a while since I've used it, but essentially when you activate your transformation modes, right, it'll burn a bit of stamina to do it, to transform back and forth. The Humberbees is either nearly free or actually free to transform. I forget which, but it's very, very cheap to transform the Humberbee compared to other transforming mobile suits, which makes it incredibly mobile. And then it's got the Phaidine rifle. It uses the Phaidine rifle, which has like the beam spear in the stock. So you have, of course, that spear attack with that. And I believe it also has a saber it can use as well, so it chains between like 3 hits on 2 different melee weapons, and then has the Sea Serpent as well, which is like a electric wire weapon that stuns enemies. So it's fun. It can do a lot of fun comboing and whatnot. I really, really like the Humberby. I used it a lot for a while. I haven't taken mine out in forever, but like, I was a menace with that thing for a while. E! I need my E runner. C, A, E, C, E, there you are. Throat's getting dry. Okie dokie. E3, is that you? Yes, it is.
also got a couple like 30-minute missions and sisters kits to get around to. You know what I actually have that I really need to finish? I have one of the Armored Core 6 30-minute missions kits. I just have one of them, but I did manage to find one, and I'm very happy about it. But I haven't finished it. I have like the torso and shoulders built, and I think that's it. I need to get back to it and actually finish that kit. Because I'd been looking for them for a good bit, and I found them in one of my hobby stores, and I got very happy. I got so sad the other day, though. I ended up finding it was the kit for like the one. It's the one that shows up in the trailer that has the spider legs. I found a kit for that at one point, but it was like a little outside my price range at the time, and that makes me very sad because that was cool. I also swear there's vocals in that soundtrack. And I think everybody thinks I'm crazy for saying it, but I'm so certain I hear vocal work in the soundtrack. Or the trailer for Armored Core 6. I can hear it. There's like a breathy humming. I'm going to emphasize this again, too, because, well, again, I don't think I've mentioned this on stream, but I've mentioned this to Eclipsy before, but I'm going to emphasize, like, I caught this specifically because I was messing around with that audio. I was saving that theme to use for the Let's Play I never put out, but I was messing with the sound balance, making sure my recording sounded right. So I had it like turned up, and I was listening to it, making sure it, like, specifically listening to hear that the bass didn't get messed up. And that's when I noticed like the vocalization in there. And then I had to do like a double take and like crank the volume on it and listen to it really loud for what I thought I had heard. And that's how I found it. I'm like, yeah, no, there's absolutely a vocal component to this soundtrack, which is absolutely phenomenal and such a brilliant little nod. I think it's very cool. The tired sleepy is getting to me. The tired sleepy is consuming. Don't ignore my chat. Did I ignore chat? I don't think I ignored chat. I'm still getting picked up. Yeah, I'm still getting picked up. Now I'm checking to make sure I didn't miss something, because
You know, there's a fun Build Fighters character, actually. Speaking of Kirara, her mobile suit that is driving me insane because I can't remember the name of, and it's really upsetting me. Ramba Raw. Ramba Raw is the best Build Fighters character. I love Ramba Raw. Ramba Raw is a great character. Shoot, I don't remember the name of the Italian. Oh man, I don't remember the name of the Italian. But the Fenice is objectively the best variant of the Gundam Wing. The Fenice is gorgeous. I really like it. And the Italian, yeah, of course the Italian's your favorite. He's just like Flair. He thinks he's hot, but he's actually just pathetic. Fenice is... yeah, Fenice is peak. I agree. See, Build Fighters is really funny, because Build Fighters does a lot of things I would normally really dislike in mobile suit designs. But I don't mind them in Build Fighters, because Build Fighters based around, like, the hobby side of Gunpla. And, like, I may not like Wing, but I'm never gonna tell somebody they can't do, like, custom builds of wings with absolutely obnoxious stuff. It's, you know, it's a hobby space. People should be creative with it, and they should do their own stuff with it. And make crazy stuff. Like, if you can manage to build, like, some crazy builds, fantastic. You know, it's not the canon. It doesn't have to stick to the canon. It doesn't have to have a particular look to it. Flair doesn't think... You know what? That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Flair doesn't think he's hot. You think he's hot. Man, I would love to be able to do, like, custom work like they do in Build Fighters, but quite bluntly, I don't know how they even do the builds they do, like, because they're not just kit bashes is the problem. They're, like, actual custom builds, and I'm not sure how you pull that off, really. And kit bashes are just expensive. You know, like, this Kampfer, what was this, like a $20 kit, I think, for this Kampfer? But now imagine I wanted to, say, have a Kampfer with, like, a, like, let me think. What's something crazy? I want the Kampfer, but I want the Kampfer to have a head more like the, oh, shoot, what's... Oh, man. The Yak Doga. I want it to have a head more like the Yak Doga, but I also want to give it a set of fin funnels. That'd be really cool, and it's going to use the rifle from the, Actually, I'd probably just give it the beam machine gun that you see on the Yak Doga. I was going to say this is frustrating. It's not a name I should be blanking on. It's the Zeon mobile suit you see at the end of the 1 Year War. Gelgug. Let's give it the Gelgug Jaeger beam rifle, right? That's 4 kits. That if I'm only working on high grades, this one costs about 20. I'm not really sure what the new Gundam sits at, I forget, but let's just say for the sake of argument, it's also a $20 kit. That's 40 bucks right there. Then there's the Yak Doga. Now we're at 60 bucks. And then the Ifrit Jaeger, which is another 20, and they range 20 to 40 each, right?
So I'm just using 20 as a base set for like the sake of argument, right? But these kits can go for $40, depending on kit and availability and all sorts of stuff like that, right? So really, you're looking at anywhere between, for a build like that, which is kind of nonsense. I'd probably actually stick to just 2 kits, but I digress. I'm looking at spending anywhere between 80 to 160, and that's not including paints and glues and anything like that I need. So kit bashing starts to get very, very expensive. And then also, I'm not going to use every piece from all those kits. So now I have a bunch of cannibalized kits lying around that take up storage space. And yeah, custom builds are super cool. I love kit bashing. It's a very, very neat part of the space, but it's tricky. It's a tricky thing to really get into, because it's just expensive. Now it will not give me a little bit of trouble. There we go. Got it. Awesome. Cool. That should be the elbow. These kits, by the way, are also a great reference for trying to do your own mech designs. You get to see all these little pieces and how they fit together and kind of theorize about stuff. I mean, you know what else would be great for doing mech design? An engineering degree. Yeah, engineering nerds have brought us some of the best mobile suit designs, honestly. PC3 or 2. PC2. There's no back PC runner again. There you go. You're getting close. You're getting close. PC2. Where's 2? There's 2. Alright, let's see. Would you rather... I'm gonna have to think about this. Give me a minute. Would you rather restart your life at age 6 with your current knowledge, or skip ahead 10 years with 10 million? You know what? I think I would actually restart at age 6 with my current knowledge. I think there's a lot of mistakes I could rectify. I think there's a lot of skills I'd be able to go back in time and build up
and put myself in a better state now than I am now, where I could make that 10 million. Potentially. It would be a lot easier to do so, going back and, like, building up, specifically, like, building up things like my art skills, like, actually sticking with guitar as a kid instead of dropping it, stuff like that. That would put me in a much, much better state than where I am right now, versus losing 10 years of my life to gain what exactly? Like, 10 million's not nothing. Well, I mean, inflation could make it nothing in the next 10 years, let's be honest. But I don't think it's worth losing the 10 years. I would rather experience those 10 years and not have a lot of money for it than give up that time. So, yeah, I'll take the restart at age 6 over the 10 million. What am I looking for again? D. Where is D? There is D. Ugh. Kind of agree with that. You do the same, but also skipping 10 years means I've lost what's left of my prime years, and it's only downhill from there. Yeah. Like, I actually think that's a better question if you're younger. Because it's like, you ask the 30-year-old, 10 million is 10 million, but, like, again, if I go back and I build up a skill set that I currently don't have, that gives me more opportunities to, maybe not, even if I can't necessarily make 10 million out of it, put myself in a much better financial situation. Because, personally, like, the 10 million matters less than the ability to live comfortably. 10 million is overrated, kinda. That's kinda what I'm getting at a little bit. I'm more concerned with the ability to live comfortably than the raw number. And 10 million with, 10 million, but still, how do I put this? If I end up having to spend it all, and it doesn't help much. I'd rather build up a strong base, and I can do that better by going back and I could have gotten all of this off the ground sooner if I had, like, worked harder on it earlier in life. Stuff like that. Like, there's things that... Yeah. Yeah. I'm also not ready to be past 30. 13, there you are, that's what I'm looking for. But yeah, that's an interesting hypothetical. I don't think I should say my favorite hypothetical. Actually, I'm a little worried about... I don't think... So, I'm in a weird state, right? I don't think I should be too worried about YouTube bonking me because, what's our current viewer rate? 4? And you can get away with a lot when you only have 5 now. You can get away a lot when you only have 5 viewers. Would you take the blue pill or the red pill? Man, that's a weird hypothetical, because you're putting hypotheticals on top of hypotheticals at that point. Like, Matrix isn't real. You'll report, hey, you've asked the question before. My favorite hypothetical. Yeah, that's... Yeah. But also, you know what? Phase Connect girls have thrown out that same hypothetical, so... Specifically Jelly. Jelly got asked. That was funny. I should see if I can find that clip. That was funny. I like Phase. Phase is good. Phase Connect. I should specify Phase Connect. I almost forgot. Phase is what? I think a pro COD group or something? Or maybe just pro gamer group in general. I'm not quite sure. Being real though, it would be pretty cool having OP main character powers in the Matrix. That's true. And you get to do it wearing leather jackets and sunglasses. Yeah, it's also true. Or a priest's habit if you want to be Neo, I guess. Yeah, The Matrix was good. I like The Matrix. It's a good movie. You know what's... Alright, this might... This is what I mean by the filter goes off at like past 2 a.m. I'm gonna say a thing that might get me in trouble. I don't know how much trouble it's gonna get me in, but like... So, here's the thing that's really annoying, right? So you know the Animatrix, right? I know Kung Fu is peak line, I agree. The Animatrix was a series of like animated shorts that went along with The Matrix. I only kind of I've never watched them, right? Oh, I'm gonna say no, I'm not gonna say that one. It's a different filter. I'm just gonna say things that might make people mad anyway. So what annoys me with the Animatrix, I think the Chakowskis. I want to say the Chakowskis came out and made a statement. It might have been a statement in general. You know what I think it is? I think in general they made statements about the Matrix because they came out as trans or whatever. They came out as trans. I don't know when. I forget when. No, I forget when. I've never known when. I have no clue when they did that, right? But I've heard statements that, the trans metaphor thing, first of all, is complete and utter nonsense. Matrix is not a trans metaphor. That's stupid. It's really stupid. I don't care what they're saying now that they've decided to come out. There's so many things that apply to, like, Matrix and what we see there. Like, even in regards to just alt culture in general, that's like, no, that's really dumb. I mean, for crying out loud, they're the ones that have said that they were really inspired by Ghost in the Shell. They clearly just made a Ghost in the Shell sequel. Like, that's what the Matrix is. So I think that's really dumb. But going on to, like, the Animatrix, I've seen people be like, oh, of course the bit where they're hunting down and killing androids in the Animatrix is a parallel to trans whatever, because trans people did not write the Animatrix, okay? The Chakowskis didn't write the Animatrix. It wasn't animated by them, it wasn't directed by them, it wasn't really directly done, like, they did not make the Animatrix. The Animatrix was handled the same way that Halo Legends was, unless I'm mistaken. I should actually pull this up to be sure. But, like, from my understanding, the Animatrix was made in the same way that, Star Wars Visions was, and Halo Legends was, of, like, they had a setting to work with, but it was handed to these other studios to handle. So, like, no. The Chakowskis and their life experience is irrelevant to the Animatrix and what it does or doesn't represent. I still need to watch it, though. I have not watched The Animatrix. Oh yeah, did you not know that the Chakowskis are trans now? That's a thing. Again, I don't know when that became a thing. I don't know when they came out. I'm gonna be blunt. I didn't know anything about them outside of The Matrix. So, like, they did the live-action Speed Racer, right? I didn't know that. I literally just knew them for The Matrix. Which, by the way, I'm told that if you like old Speed Racer, it's a fantastic film. And if you don't know or like old Speed Racer, it's a terrible film. That's probably actually a good sign. Probably means it's a really good adaptation. I personally have not actually watched Speed Racer.
But I can believe the Chakowskis can make a good Speed Racer film, because my constant joke is that The Matrix is my favorite live-action anime adaptation. It's just a live-action anime movie. It really is. Like, the way they handle the action set pieces and whatnot, it's super, super anime. It, like, comes right out of classic, like, battle anime tropes and whatnot. So, 2 people, yeah? Yep. Yeah, I haven't looked too much into it, but, you know. Because I honestly don't care. Like, you know. Are they related? Yeah, so the Chakowskis... Shoot, I want to say they're twins? Is that right? I'm not sure. I don't remember now. But yeah, no, they're related. They're siblings, at the very least. 33, 32, 32, 33, 32, 33. Awesome. Cool. But yeah, Matrix good. Yeah. Yeah, shoot. I feel like I've already opened the floodgates on saying things that could get people mad, so I might as well give my favorite hypothetical. No, never mind. I changed my mind. I'm gonna leave it. Do it? Okay, fine. Again, this is the one you gave me before anyway. But it's the, would you rather have a gay son or a thought daughter? Yeah, Jelly got asked that at one point on stream. I just saw the clip of it, and I'm like, wow, FaZe Connect is something special. She actually, like, reasoned it out and thought about it. Shoot, what was her response? She had, like, a... Oh, man, what was it? Because she basically had this criteria of, like, this can be better or worse on either direction depending on a set of circumstances. My favorite part, though, was just the part where she's like, well, is she hot? Because, like, if she's hot, that, that makes it better. Right, that's kind of my stance on it. It's like, that's not necessarily that bad, but it could be. It depends on a lot of factors. And oh boy. Oh. Yeah, yeah, playing Overwatch is pretty bad, huh? Oh, man. What a way to come back after months of inactivity. No one plays Overwatch well. Well, a handful of people still play Overwatch. You know, I need to look into... I'm actually really curious if Overwatch still has a competitive scene. Because Overwatch was such a huge pillar in the competitive community for so long. And, you know, they've, of course, made people mad now. So, like, in the casual spheres, at least, Overwatch is practically dead. but I'm curious how it looks on a competitive level. Because, you know, competitive players, like, you invest a lot into learning your game and learning the characters and matchups and all that. Like, it's a job. Like, the pro scene is it's pro. It's actually professional, right? So then just, like, uprooting all that because the game is, you know, less popular or whatever is just crazy. And sometimes, you know, you do have to, because sometimes the viewership just leaves, right? Or the game goes out of date or whatever, right? But it makes me very curious as to what the current state of competitive Overwatch is, because that was really big. Like, Overwatch, I'm pretty sure, was like the top competitive like esports game for a while. Which is why everyone tried to copy them as their own esports game, and it was stupid, and none of them stuck around, like Gundam Evolution, which died within a year, which I said it wouldn't do what they wanted it to do, and whoop-de-doo, they shut it down after a year, so I was right. People argued with me, but I was right. I didn't think they'd shut it down. I'm actually more right than I thought I'd be, because I thought they would keep it around, because I thought it would do well as a casual game, but my point was the competitive thing is not going to happen, and they literally said they made it for esports. They were never going to make an esports competitor by just copying Overwatch. Obviously that wouldn't work. Overwatch already fills that role. They cater so hard to comp that the casual game suffered. Yeah, there's a lot more issues with Overwatch than just that, but I know that is one of the issues with Overwatch. It's part of why I'm curious how it stands currently in the competitive scene, though, for sure. Because they focus so much on catering to their competitive players, who are wrong anyway. Like, seriously, competitive versus casual play in terms of development... Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. I was going to say, in terms of development, should be one and the same. That might not be completely true, but, like, you know, the majority of your consumer base isn't the competitive players. You need to appease both to the best of your abilities, but even within casual constructs, there's still room for competitive play. So really, you should not be primarily focusing on your competitive players, ever, because they're just going to lead the game to ruin. Yeah. Oh, I should play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. GU's fun. I forgot to cut out another piece. Whoops. Give me a minute. PC 2. Where'd my PC go? Where'd my PC go? But yeah, a bunch of other things tried to copy the Overwatch formula because they're like, well, this is a big esports game. But the reality is, Overwatch already held that position, so they were all just shooting themselves in the foot by trying to be the same thing. This is part of what killed Gundam Evolution. There's more to it than that, but it's part of it. I still think if they wanted to make an esports Gundam game, they should have gone with a RTS. I've had people argue with me. This is ridiculous, right? I've had people argue with me. Or they could have done a MOBA, a Gundam MOBA. There's absolutely ways you could have built a MOBA that still worked within the context of Mobile Suit Gundam. Heck, it would be really easy to do. Well, I mean, I am building Gunpla. Like, these are mobile suits from Gundam, to be fair. But yeah, no, we got, okay, but it's connected, though, because the one goes into the Overwatch, which goes into the Gundam Evolution, because it's one of the things that copied, yeah, anyways. Mine's always back to Gundam. It's the TISM. I lost my train of thought, shoot. Shoot, I lost my train of thought. Where was I? RTS, right, okay. Gundam Evolution. First of all, I was right. Right?
People told me, they needed to do stuff like that to keep it relevant. They told me, like, whatever, right? I was right. Because it got shut down in under a year. And what I said before the game even came out is that they're fundamentally flawed in their approach to doing Gundam Evolution, because the systems they're working with do not gel with Gundam as an IP. So it's another game in a long line of Bandai making things that aren't Gundam, right? Like Gundam Extreme Versus is fun. People like Gundam Extreme Versus. It does really well. There is no reason Gundam Extreme Versus has to be Gundam, right? Gundam Extreme Versus has nothing to do with Gundam as an IP, as an artistic enterprise. What it has to do with Gundam is nothing. It's a fan service action game. Again, a fun one, but and so like Bandai has not been doing real Gundam games for years. They haven't done them since like the PS2. Those are really good Gundam games, by the way. Actually, that's not true. We had Gundam Crossfire on the PS3, and it sucked. I know people who it's like their favorite Gundam game, and it really shouldn't be because the game barely even runs. I understand, because I see what it wanted to be, and I think what it wanted to be is fantastic, but the fact of the matter is the game barely even runs. It's almost unplayable. Like, That's because it was rushed out, by the way. They wanted it to come out as a launch, I believe a launch title for the PS3 is part of the problem, so they pushed it out when it wasn't ready, and so the game is in a barely working state. As a result, Crossfire could have been something great, but it ultimately isn't due to, like, corporate mishandling of the IP, like usual. Regardless, Bandai Namco has not been making true Gundam games for years. They've been doing these, like, arcadey action games. They've been doing things like Gundam Breaker, Gundam Extreme Maxiverse On. They're doing, Gundam Evolution, which barely has anything to do with Gundam at all, other than the skins. It's just a reskinned hero shooter, right? And so I was saying, before the game even came out, because they were pitching this, their whole pitch for it was, we want a game for esports. That's obviously going to fail, because you've copied too much of the Overwatch formula, and Overwatch already has that position. In order to break into esports, you have to be something different. In one way or another, whether it's how you handle the mechanics or just the systems itself. Like, Rocket League became a huge esports name, not because it's a new car game, but because it was cars playing soccer. That's why Rocket League kicked off. Overwatch kicked off because it was taking concepts learned from League of Legends and applying them to the Team Fortress 2 formula with a larger amount of polish with Blizzard behind it. These all came out and did something different. League of Legends was an improvement. This is going to depend on who you ask, mind you. I play neither, but, this is the perception of it, right? League of Legends came out and was an improvement on the formulas of the Dota structure, right? That's why League of Legends kicked off. All of these things have, something they did unique from each other. And Gundam Evolution didn't have that. And then on top of that, it wasn't going to maintain the Gundam audience because it didn't have enough Gundam to it. It wasn't a true Gundam game. So it was all around just a really bad decision, right? And I was saying that since the thing was announced. And I had people argue with me and tell me I'm wrong. The game got shut down in under a year. You can't play it anymore. I was right. I was more right than I thought I was, because I genuinely didn't think they'd shut the game down. What I thought would happen was it would fail on its attempts to be an esports game, and it would stick around as a casual shooter. And it could have, if Bandai had kept up support for it. Because the thing is, the casual audience really enjoyed the game. But due to mismanaging of the game, a lot of issues not being addressed that the community had. What issues? I don't know. I just saw them talking about it after the game got shut down. It failed anyway, despite having a community that actually wanted to play it. Which is pathetic, and makes me quite upset, actually, even though I never wanted the game to exist in the first place. But really, they should have done an RTS. And I had people tell me that just wouldn't work because RTS aren't that popular or whatever. Let me ask you something. Do you know about StarCraft? Oh, it's 3 a.m. Oh no. Okay, I'm almost done. I'm on the last step of this. No, I'm not. I'm on the second to last step of this. I've just got a couple pieces left. It's fine. Don't worry about it. StarCraft. You know StarCraft, right? What is one of the biggest games in esports to this day? It's StarCraft 2. StarCraft is an RTS. I mean, heck, Dota is technically an RTS, depending on how you look at it. The MOBA formula spawned from RTS. So you can't sit here and tell me that RTS is not a good thing to look at for esports. It absolutely is a fantastic thing to look at for esports. It's one of the biggest things in esports. I'm just gonna do the basic fist. Oh, it wants me to build these two differently, huh? Hold up. Yeah, because there's different shoulder piece on both of them. Yep. Yup. Okay. Okay, I'm almost done. I did not mean to go for this long. 14, there you are. And like I said too, they could have gone with a MOBA formula if they didn't want to do like the RTS, which probably would have been harder to develop for anyway, and they're cheap. They could have gone for the 13. Yep. They could have gone for the MOBA formula, which I think you still could have worked. I mean, even if we're just going with like the League of Legends formula, you know, instead of towers, you just have dropships. You have dropships and you have them spawn gyms. You have the main characters, like all the main players, play as Gundams. Each specific Gundam, this would actually... Oh my gosh, wait, this would work perfectly. Ah! I'm frustrated now. Okay, you know why this would work perfectly? So when you have a lot of these MOBAs, a lot of these games have structures where you can't pick the same characters as other people, either on the team or like playing the game in general, right? This actually works great with a Gundam formula because most of the Gundams are unique, right? There aren't 6 RX-78s. There's one RX-78, right? There aren't 6 Zeta Gundams. There is one Zeta Gundam, right? So in a MOBA formula where it would actually lock these individual characters, and you could build like 20, 50, 60 different ones. There's so many Gundam you can pull from for something like, because it's not going to stick to UC. If they're doing anything for mass appeal, it's not going to be just a UC thing. It's going to pull from all of Gundam, which is fine. I only care about UC, but like, you know. A lot of people like Wing. I think it would be objectively really stupid for them to build something for mass appeal and then not have Wing in it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, that was Gundam Evolution. Gundam Evolution never had the Gundam Wing in it. I don't understand why it never had Wing in it. That was a really huge fumble on their part. It's only like one of the most famous Gundam ever designed. Yeah. Yeah, so Gundam Evolution was a mistake. It shouldn't have been made. I'm super validated by the fact that it got shut down after a year of existing. The only thing I was wrong about so far in those sort of predictions is the God of War reboot. And I will happily be wrong about the God of War reboot, because I like what it ended up being. Not as much as the old God of War. I think the old God of War games are much better games, but, like, still a cool game. In the early stuff, before they really, like, cemented, like, the mechanics and whatnot, or like, showed the mechanics really in depth, I thought it just looked like they were ripping off The Last of Us, like a lot of things were doing at the time, which they kind of were. Honestly, like the camera perspective, the emphasis on cinematic, the relationship between Atreus? He knows his name. The relationship between Boy and Kratos very much was pulling off of the success of The Last of Us. Where it still stands out, though, is it does still have a combat system that matters, which is something you can't really say, well, that's not quite right. The combat system, though, has like a melee combat, like this brawling combat system that does actually have skill checks and does have something to actually engage with, which is not the case for The Last of Us, right? The Last of Us, to be fair, is mostly a shooter. Kinda, like the melee systems are secondary to the shooting gameplay, so the melee systems like aren't great. It's not like they're bad, but it's really just I push one button and then I win, right? There's no depth to the melee system. So, you know, Dad of Boy ends up still being its own thing that is honestly a pretty cool game. But it absolutely... So, like, but, like, before they, like, showed off a ton of the, like, the combat systems and whatnot, I saw that thing and were like, oh, they're just doing The Last of Us like everything's doing. I ended up kind of being wrong on that, and I'm okay with that, because I think what ended up happening was really cool. Last of Us 2 was, in fact, a tragedy. I agree. I hate The Last of Us Part 2. It's... Oh, my gosh. I want Abby dead. Abby should not live. I am very angry by the entire plot and the stupid through point. I hate that dumb, like, cycle of violence narrative. It's so stupid. Abby's a character that deserves to be dead. I don't care about the cycle of violence. Like, she's a threat. She's an active threat to everyone. And over something that was a justifiable action, and Neil Druckmann later decided he wanted to remove any sort of, nuance to, and just try and paint Joel as a villain. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Oh, yeah. Ah, look at that. Oh, it's got a little punchy arm. Look at it. It looks like, Popeye. Yeah. A17. I should be in bed. He eats the spinach, yes. He eats his spinach. That's okay, believe it or not, I've been up way later than this on a routine basis. It's not my fault, I swear. You don't understand. Yep. E. A. Ah, ow. Looking for a... Oh, it's one of these. Got it. I'm gonna keep putting this over here. This is a dumb spot for this. It should be over here, not over here. Ugh. Alright. 17. I already cut out 18s. Yes, so these are both for the shoulders. That explains a lot. I thought they looked weird, the way these are set up like this. But now that makes a lot more sense, because that's all gonna go inside the shoulder piece. So, then we got the 5. Clipsy, you've built Gunpla before. Has anybody in chat not built a Gunpla before? I probably should have led with that earlier, but, you know, it's fine. They're actually really simple. As far as, like, build kits go, Gunpla, like, I love Gunpla. I like mech. I like Gundam. I think Gunpla are really fun. Gundam are absolutely, like, the lowest barrier to entry point there is for, like, build kits. Gunpla, even, like, the more complicated ones, they give you these, like, well laid out piece-by-piece instructions. They're all, like, snapped-together kits. You're not, like, doing crazy stuff with, like, glue and paints and stuff. Any of these kits can be built out of the box, like, so long as you have, like, you do need nippers, clearly. Oh, unless you get the ones that don't need nippers, I don't recommend that. I think they're really stupid, actually, but, you know, it's an option. It's an option if you want something fun to do without having to invest in, like, $30 clippers. So I get it, I just think they're stupid. The entry grade kits, I do have one. I do have an entry grade kit because the America Gundam does not come in a not entry grade kit, unfortunately. So I was forced to buy an entry grade kit because I wanted America Gundam. Yeah, America Gundam's cool. I like the America Gundam a lot. Got it. Okay. Going from Gunpla to car models was Whiplash. The one time I built a car model, mostly built. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, because it was a lot more complex, right? Because it basically just hands you all the pieces and goes, you know what a car looks like, right? You know what glue you're supposed to have, right? Gunpla is very easy to build. It's why I always get a little bit of a chuckle. Like, I don't want to be too mean, because, like, you know, higher grade kits are definitely, like, more difficult, right? Absolutely. There's a lot of little pieces. They're very time consuming. But whenever somebody acts like a real grade is, like, the most impossible thing to build, it's like, come on. It's a snap kit, guys. It's a snap kit with instructions. Sure, it'll take you a month, but they're not hard. They're just time consuming. I did not, in fact, know how a car looks like, but yeah, didn't even tell me what tools I needed. Exactly, they expect you to know. Like, a lot of these old hobby spaces, honestly, like, I don't know how you're supposed to get into them, honestly. You know, back before internet, you really needed to know someone, you know? You need to know someone who got you into things and helped you and showed you. Like, these used to be community things, to be fair. The internet just killed that a little bit, because now your community's online. Well, okay, it's not exactly killed it. That's not quite right, but it's changed it. You know, you don't meet up as much in person and do stuff, but, like, you're also connected with a larger group of people for it, which has its own benefit. So, like, to say it killed it is not quite right. That's not quite what I mean. But it definitely changed it. In some ways, not for the better. In some ways, it is. It's, you know, I lament for those that don't have physical hobby spaces that they can actually engage with people at, because it's a very different thing. Especially if we're talking about, like, tabletop. Like, virtual tabletop is just not correct. It's the wrong way to do that stuff. But a lot of people don't have people around them that they can play that stuff. That includes me, by the way. I don't have a scene for a lot of stuff around me. The closest hobby shops to me are like 30-minute drives, and like not a lot of people play some of this stuff. Like, you know, 40K community like practically doesn't exist around me. So that has killed a lot of my desire to do more 40K stuff. Because, like, I have nobody to play with. So, there's not much point in spending thousands of dollars on a game I can't play. Some people will tell you that nobody actually likes the game, and people only engage with 40K for the models or whatever. I picked up 40K because I thought the mechanics were very cool. It's why I don't like the current edition of 40K, because it got rid of the mechanics I thought were really cool. My friends who hosted our D&D sessions moved out of state, so I'm back to not having a regular D&D party. Let's go, loner life or something. Yeah, that's fun. I really need to break back into my DM role. It's been a very long time, and I have no ideas, and I need to fix that. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I think my original campaign was better than, like, everything I've run since. It's just not as good. That campaign that never should have happened because I was a brand new DM, DMing from a group of, 10 people, and didn't actually read my book all the way, so I had no idea what I was doing. You have to run some D&D for you? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Which setting do you want? Do you want urban fantasy, which is me ripping off Nasu's writing? Do you want my D&D setting, which is actually just me? It's me ripping off Tolkien, actually. Do you want my setting that is me ripping off the Secrets of Mana franchise? That one's more anime. I also have an airship setting, which is... Who is that ripping off? Oh, Skies of Arcadia. That's what that one's ripping off. I love Skies of Arcadia. It's very good. I miss those days where we didn't know what we were doing, but had a great time. Yeah. It was a good time. I think, I learned a lot through running like that as well, of, like, why those limitations exist. Airship plus equals Final Fantasy. No, it's not quite the same. Final Fantasy doesn't have the floating islands and whatnot. Final Fantasy's airship approach is a little bit different. They basically just use it as fast travel rather than focusing on the airships as being part of, like, world mechanics, if that makes sense. Like, I've always been disappointed. I don't know, I think disappointed is a strong way to put it, but I've never been satisfied either with how Final Fantasy handles airships, because they're just fast travel. That's all it is in Final Fantasy. You get far enough, you unlock the airship, and then you can zip around quicker. Skies of Arcadia is a rare example. A rare example, though. Like, this is not common at all. But Skies of Arcadia is a rare example of a game being built around the airship, rather than the airship being given as a bonus. Skies of Arcadia, so that's why I say it's more like Skies of Arcadia than how Final Fantasy handles it. Also because the setting is closer to Skies of Arcadia with, like, the air pirate type stuff and whatnot. Skies of Arcadia is built around, like, it's an RPG. It's also got a really interesting combat system, but it's an RPG where you play as, like, a group of sky pirates in their airship flying around between these different floating islands and fighting the evil empire and whatnot. It's a fantastic game. I love Skies of Arcadia. It has sadly been kind of forgotten for the most part, but it's a really good game. I unfortunately don't own it. Getting your hands on a copy can run you back a lot. Somalian pirate setting. That's a little different too. That's a little different too. Oh man. There you are. Oh, I didn't like that. Oh, I just twisted. Okay. There we go. Yeah, that's one arm down. That looks weird detached from the rest of the shoulder. What's the worst kind of player to have to DM for? Man, oh boy, that's rough. That's a difficult one. I've had a lot of things that have really frustrated me. There's of course the character that tries to play the loner, that doesn't, like, actually want to gel with the party, and that just doesn't really work, right? Because it's a cooperative game, and then you're playing a character that refuses to, like, talk to anybody and whatnot, and broods in their corner, and that's just a pain to deal with, honestly. But then there's, like, the min-maxer, and the min-maxer is just... If you've got a min-maxer on the team... Like, here's the problem with the min-maxer, right? What I was gonna say is if you've got a min-maxer, you might as well just not bother and let them steamroll things, but then nobody else gets to play, right? But then if you balance things so that the min-maxer has a challenge to deal with, then nobody else gets to play. Because nobody else can face the monsters that you have to throw at them to deal with the min-maxer. And I've had to figure out how to balance this, because I had a guy who would like min-max settings, stats, and whatnot. He never played the worst thing he came up with against us, mind you. But, like, we had those, like, power players, and it, like, was hard to work around. Because, again, you'd have, like, Clipsy can attest to this, because her character was just a normally built rogue. You know, there's that. But then there's the people who don't take anything seriously either, so I try to do, like, impactful roleplay. I think that is the one that I've gotten on my nerves the most. Is the character that I'm trying to do something with the narrative, and they're just, like, not just not engaging with it, but intentionally making a joke out of it. Clipsy probably knows what I'm talking about. There's a particular venture into hell we ran that was ruined, in my opinion. Quite upset about that. The overarching category of players who don't cooperate with the group and only think about their own enjoyment. I know all of these situations. Yeah, you know all of these situations. Yeah, the overarching... Yeah, those are fun. Those are fun. The min-maxer always, like, got really under my skin, though. Because it was just hard to make something that was satisfying with someone who was min-maxing. And it really did, like I was getting at already, it really does come down to, like, somehow I have to keep them engaged, because they've built things that can just one-shot anything normal. But I have to make sure that, like, there's still a game to be played. But I can't just make everything be on his level, because then everyone else can't keep up or has to start min-maxing to do so. It's a nightmare. It's such a nightmare to try to deal with. He's a cool dude, though. The guy who min-maxed, he was one of my favorite players, actually. I think that's part of why I'm having a hard time pinning it. Is it's like his characters were really frustrating to work with, but he was fantastic to play with, so, yeah. Rogues are OP in a normal party. I thought they were useless my first campaign because of min-maxers in the party. Yeah. Yeah, no, rogues are super cool if played right. We're gonna do the bottom hand. C3. C3, there you are. Again, I keep doing it. I keep putting it over there. C3, A's 16. Cool. Eventually I'm going to go through and, like, cut out all the hand pieces and then assemble them all and whatnot, because ranges of expression are fun. But for now, I'm just doing the one set. Rogue Warlock dual classing was also real fun when your firebolt gets sneaked. Oh yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, I can see that. I'm still really sad. We had one campaign that ended up like just dropping off, right? Where we had a scenario set up that would have been perfect to use the assassins like subclass abilities, which are, that is so rare. It's such a situational set of skills, because it's like, oh, you're like a master infiltrator and can infiltrate perfectly if you set up for a month ahead of time. I think it's a week ahead of time rather than a month, but the point is it requires you to set up ahead of time, and ain't nobody sticking around for that long, right? the barbarian's going to rush in and kill everything. So it's one of those sets where it's like, technically, this is phenomenal and can open the doors to some incredible moments. But you are never going to get to use this. And we were gearing up to be able to use it. And then we never ran that session where I would finally get to actually utilize those skills. I was quite upset about that, actually. Now, that was the campaign where I was going to kill everyone one by one as my assassin character, but, I had a purpose-built character for killing the party. But it would have been cool! Everyone agreed it would have been cool, too. Oh, man. That character was ripped off from Black Bullet, by the way. Yeah, Eclipsy remembers that one too, for sure. There are a bunch of interesting skills like that, which would be great in a party who are really invested in roleplay and tactics outside of combat. Absolutely, and part of the problem with that is D&D does not emphasize, like, D&D does not... 5e. 5e specific. 2nd edition does. 5e does not have mechanics that emphasize out-of-combat anything. 5e's mechanics, 5e is a war game without a war game. That's its problem. It's a combat-oriented system with a combat system that's been dubbed down to be barely present, which makes ultimately a very, very dull, overly wordy book of nothing. That's the big issue with 5e, right? 5e sucks, I'm not a fan. And like, people will argue that, like, oh, well, not having mechanics for out of combat actually, like, expands players' horizons because now all of it's up to roleplay. No, it limits the actual game's potential as a system, is what it does. It provides you less to be invested in and less to work towards outside of non-combat, or outside of combat, I mean, because there's nothing there outside of combat. I mean, heck, you know what? I'm not going to say what I was about to say because I haven't actually read the Dungeon Master's Guide. I was about to say it doesn't even have, like, systems for, like, earning experience outside of combat, but, like, I haven't read the Dungeon Master's Guide. I'm probably wrong on that. I run out of combat stuff. Like, I run experience for non-combat. I run experience for encountering, like finding things in dungeons, for opening certain doors. Like, say there's, like, a door that's locked, I award XP for lock-picking, stuff like that. Rather than just, like, barreling it down or whatever. Like, that's something I do. Whether that's a system or not, I can't tell you because I don't own a 5e Dungeon Master's Guide. Books are very expensive. They're $50 a piece books, and I was already down 100. So I just never got a Dungeon Master's Guide. And now I super don't want to, because I think older editions are better. I like 2nd edition. 2nd edition has the best range of skills. 5e is very bare bones, which makes it great for homebrewing and building off of... See, not even, because it's too complicated in the stuff that does exist, but not great on its own. Milestone leveling greater than XP leveling, so I don't agree with that statement. It kind of depends, though, on how you're developing your game. If your system, or your campaign, if the campaign you're working with has a very structured narrative, like, build... Absolutely, Milestone's fantastic. Milestone is actually perfect because, well, here's the thing, right? If you're running through something that has a very... I don't want to say scripted. That's not quite what I mean. Something that has, like, a very clear, like, narrative structure where it's like, this happened... not quite like... Again, it shouldn't be, like, railroady. It shouldn't be so scripted to the point that there's no room for flexibility. But if it's sort of a thing of, like, you encounter this in this city, and then you're going to encounter this at this point, and then you're going to do this, and then the big bad will introduce himself here, Milestone is, like, the best way to handle that. Because you know exactly what levels your players are going to be at specific points. You can structure it so you get a ding at specific, like, high point stuff like that. It is fantastic for a very story-centric, story-based campaign. Absolutely. What Milestone is really, really bad for is how I run.
Milestone sucks for how I run because I can't have flexibility in what I award players with a milestone system. I would never use milestone. I would only use XP. Because like I was saying, I award bonus XP for achieving certain things. I award bonus XP for handling things in certain ways. To promote like diversity in how you approach different challenges and whatnot. You know, I use random encounters. I have a larger world than what you yourself are actively engaging with. And I have campaigns I've built where there is no one story. Rather, there's different story threads that are all happening in different places at once, and trying to handle a milestone system with that is just stupid. It's a terrible idea because you might not be in the same place at the same time to warrant a certain milestone to deal with a certain kind of thing. So it really depends on approach. I don't think one is inherently better than the other. I think they have different strengths in different environments, and depending on how you run your game, they are better for you and your party over the other. It all depends on who and how is running. That's my opinion on level up mechanics. Or those specific level up mechanics, I should say, because there's a bunch of different level up mechanics for different systems. But yeah, like if I were running Barovia, I'd probably switch to a milestone-based system. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I'd have to think about that, actually. Like one of the modules, I could probably replace like the modules level system, like the XP systems for running a module, since they have like a more scripted structure. The Death House? The Death House? You know, Dax's little brother twisted his ankle in there. Yeah, I'm aware. I love the Death House, and everyone should run the Death House. I cannot believe it is the most skipped part of Barovia. I think that is such a waste. I can believe it's the most skipped part. I think that's a waste. I think it's a horrible waste. I need to get my model working. B7 and A17. Also, imagine making the creepy ancient vampire not prey on a minor. SMH. I know, right? Like, ugh. SMH. SMH. Oh, got class early? Yeah, that's fair. I'll see ya. I'm gonna be wrapping up soon, but like... Yeah, that's fair. Oh, I'm going to be wrapping up really soon, actually. I'm right here right now. This is the last step I'm going to be working on. I'm going to end right here. But yeah, fair enough. B7. I'm hitting a point where I'm having trouble processing what I'm doing. It's not great. My tea is gone. My tea. I don't have my tea. It doesn't want to get in there. There we go.
You know what's something you really, aren't supposed to do a lot of, um, all those weird little, because people start to notice when you say that too much. Yeah. You know, it's really interesting. I remember, so it's Wooly Versus, right? I think that's the channel name. It's Wooly, right? I have not watched his content forever, and that's a failing on my part. It bothers me. But oh, hold up. What just did my camera just go out? Oh shoot! What happened? Uh-oh. Oh. What just happened? How did that happen? Huh. Well, that's fun. I think my phone just died. So, camera went out. One band, it really shouldn't have. Oh, nuts. Well, I guess you guys don't get to see playmats then. I'm gonna go ahead and finish up these couple parts anyway. We just don't have a camera now, I guess. That's not good. I'm getting really ticked off with my chargers and whatnot because they're not doing their job. Clearly, because that was plugged in. It shouldn't have died. Oh, you know what? I think I have a better screen for this. There we go. Yeah, no, you're still working. Oh, I don't have BGM on this screen. Huh. Let me just fix that real quick. Let's add. Whoop. Sorry. How do I add? I forget. Audio output. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Shoot, what am I looking for? Am I looking for a media source? Yes, I am. Well, that's not the one I was looking for, actually, but that's fine. So this has become just chatting until I finish these parts, because I want to finish these parts. But my camera's dead. I'm not sure why my camera's dead. I actually know why my camera's dead, but, like, it shouldn't be, but... this phone has a greater power draw, I think, than what the current block is able to sustain. Well, I guess specifically using that. Actually, you know what? I don't know. It's a nice phone, and I've noticed I have issues with the battery compared to the less nice phone I was using before. Which I also can't use for this, though, because the charging port on that one is all wonky, which means that it is way too finicky for me to have plugged in, but it won't stay plugged in. Yeah, it was media source. It should have been doing media. I was trying to do audio output, which is not the correct thing, but I got it. Yeah. Ugh. That brings into question whether or not I'm going to be able to have my model sustained for a large amount of time either, though, if it's deciding it's going to be finicky on me like that. We'll figure it out. Really, I need to get a better charging block. Specifically, I think it is the block. If not the block... If not the block, then it might be the... Well, I mean, no, the block is definitely contributing, but... the extension cord could potentially be contributing to... It's frustrating. Lasted for a while. I should have been checking on it off and on just to see if there was a battery drain. I probably would have wrapped up sooner. Oh, well. Ugh. PCB. Tone mode for 4 a.m. It's fine. This is nothing compared to how my Oshi streams. It's not something I should be striving for, however, so I am still going to wrap up soon. 7 a.m. is not a good sign-off time. Should you do a morning stream on Wednesday? Good question. Let me think for a second. What's today? Today was Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, morning stream. Yeah, that'd be cool. That might be fun. I think I'm planning to do a stream that evening. Specifically, I want to do Iron Lung. I want to do some spooky stuff for Halloween. So I want to do Iron Lung. And then... That's a pretty short game. Like, I'm pretty sure from what I remember, that's like a sub 1 hour game to 1 hour game. It's very short. So we can do that easily one sitting, and then I'll probably want more time filled. So I'm thinking doing Iron Lung, and then playing some Dredge. So have just a spooky ocean-themed game day. I'm super excited to play Dredge. Booted that up to test it out, make sure it runs well on this PC with everything running. That game runs so well. It makes me so happy. It's all like very simplistic graphics design and whatnot for it. So like the art design, the graphics are very simplified, easy to render. So the game just runs flawlessly, and it makes me very happy. There's not a lot of things I can run with absolutely no interference whatsoever, and Dredge was looking like one of them. So that's good. So I'll be doing that for sure. I haven't tested Iron Lung. I probably should. I'm in this weird state where it's like I want to play it for the first time. Like I want to touch it for the first time on stream, but I've also seen the whole game be played. So it's not like I don't know what's gonna happen. So it's probably something I should just test, make sure it'll run properly. Before booting it up on stream and finding out it doesn't even work. But yeah. No, morning stream on Wednesday would be fun. I will probably be there because I've got some work. I'll be out in the field on Wednesday. So oh, sweet. That's that shoulder armor done. We're working on your comic. That sounds fun. That sounds nice. We need horns. The horns are seafloor. I gotta start doing stuff like that. I got, ideas that need to get onto paper. I've realized I am, in fact, insane, because I'm probably doing twice the amount of work as everyone else on this project. Yeah, that sounds about right. I am completely unsurprised by this information. Especially considering the stories about the current collaboration project. Group project, I think is the actual correct term they use within school settings instead of VTuber spheres that has tainted my brain. Speaking of, yeah, worst group project experience of your life. Yeah, fun times. The group member I actually liked working with has not shown up in class in like 2 weeks. That's crazy. I wonder what's up with that. That's kind of concerning. You ever just want to talk about other VTubers, but that's probably a bad idea, so you probably shouldn't. That's funny, actually. I love, I got a bunch of clips and whatnot pop up on my feed of a bunch of different people. I actually I found a new one this way. Her clips kept showing, her shorts on YouTube kept showing up. Shoot, what was her name? Give me a sec. Kumi, I think it was. She's a Borb. Yeah, I had no idea who she was, and then her shorts started popping up on my feed. But her mom seems funny. She's one of those whose mom actually seems to have an understanding of the space and whatnot, which is weird. Weird's not the right word. What am I saying? So I've got other VTubers on my streams, but it's always Holo Pro, and chat never knows what I'm talking. What? How does chat not know? Okay. Man, it's weird being VTubers and then ending up with people who are fans that are outside of VTuber spaces. Maybe you just don't watch VTubers clearly, because if you do, you know who those are. I was gonna show off my mats. I broke all my mats out, and now my phone's dead. I can't show off my mats. Lesage. I got my new mats. They're all VTubers. It's Leaf and
got the 2-player sized mat, the oversized mat. Like, literally, it's the Oshi Push branded 2-player cloth mat. I'm very happy about it. It's got Pippa and Tenma. It's cool. I've got Pippa and Tenma playmats. And they're lovely, and I love them. I believe this one has Shipkin Shippa on it. Yeah, this one's Shipkin Shippa. And it's awesome. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. I love Shipkin Shippa. Oh yeah, no, but yeah, it's always cool when VTubers' parents are like, hold up. Okay, there we go, got it. Yeah, I always think it's really cool when you got a VTuber whose like parents are like actively part of the community. I think it's neat. I can't do that. My mom wouldn't get it. But yeah, it's always cool. Narissa's family is really fun. Whenever they're like whenever they're on stream or what have you, they are very good on camera. Ooh, I got the left arm attached. No, I mixed up those arms. There we go. There we go, that's better. Okay, right arm, left arm attached. Right arm attached. Right arm attached. There we go, attached. Awesome. Miss Battle 2, speaking of family members on stream, yeah, I'm very curious where we're gonna see him pop up again. I think it's gonna be weird if he never pops up again. I think it would be nuts if he just showed up as another All Stars member. I don't necessarily expect that, mind you, but it would be fun. I should probably check the guys who just debuted. Didn't think about it before. Yeah, that's fair. I didn't think about that either. I forgot you said that dudes debuted. I don't follow dudes, so, you know. Because male VTubers are cringe or something. Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't comment. I was gonna comment on the recent male VTuber drama, but that's a mistake. I don't need to talk about that. Basically, just a summary. People are once again on that argument of whether or not it's harder for male VTubers to succeed over female VTubers, and it's just such a stupid thing to argue about. It objectively is. Like, I don't get why we keep having to have this argument. Heck, it's easier for female streamers in general to get success over male streamers, just on a general basis. I'm pointing out that the top 90% of top earners are male is super irrelevant too. Because, like, the top 90% of earners are still, like, 0.2% of the total streamer base. It's so irrelevant. Those are outliers. They don't reflect the average person trying to stream. I want him to come back in Hollow Stars, but I know it's not going to happen. It's just sad because he won't be able to collab with Bettel in another company. I don't know if I think it's definitely not going to happen, but I think it's probably not going to happen. Yeah, they've done weird stuff before, so, you know. I just think it's weird that he sort of graduated. Oh, it's weird. I feel like I'm missing something. The head is supposed to click on here, but the head can't click on here. It doesn't have the pieces it needs. There it is. I missed it. I did miss it. My goodness. How did I miss that? Okay. Dang, I even got my mats out. No, it's dead. My phone's charging up fine. Desk mats are nice. Yeah, I picked up my playmat desk mat problem because of Weiss. I started playing Weiss, and they're just a great way to have a bunch of different like art and whatnot on something that actually has practical value to it. I really enjoy desk mats. They're a fun thing to have. All Stars EN being pretty much agreed upon across the board to be incredibly good streamers, yet having sad numbers in comparison proves it's tougher for male VTubers to grow. I'm regularly shocked when I join the streams that they only have a few hundred viewers. I still think branding is a huge part of that problem. I think Hollow Stars is not doing itself favors by branding themselves as male idols. I just don't think YouTube is the right place to brand yourself as a male specific idol. I just don't think there's enough of the stands on YouTube for that to help. So yeah, I don't think they're doing themselves favors. I'm trying to remember what someone said. Someone said something that I thought was really stupid about them. What was it? Someone made a claim that they were like a bunch of like weak prissy boys or something like that. I forget exactly what the wording was. I'm like, no, they're same as most streamers. You just don't know because you don't pay attention. You know, they've shared some wild stories. They're not safe streamers. Axel regularly gets content removed. Yeah, they've never seen it. Exactly, they've never seen Axel open his mouth. Because they're really not soft boy babies. Well, not entirely anyway. But yeah, but I think that perception comes from branding again. Because they kind of brand themselves like they are. I just don't think it does them any favors. Axel, Gerard, Haka, Flayon, Ruse, from what I hear, Gold, Bullet do not have filters. Yup. Flayon's like a whole brand of cringe, though, so. Flayon plays Arrowgay on stream. Speaking of which, hey, you want to talk about how Fate is not an eroge, and I'll fight on that hill, even though it officially is? Here's my thing. I came to a conclusion, right? If we're gonna sit here and call Fate Flayon is cringe incarnate 100%, if we're gonna sit here and call Fate Stay Night porn, then we have to start calling Game of Thrones porn, because there is objectively more pornographic content within Game of Thrones than there is in the original uncensored Fate Stay Night. I just think trying to define it as purely an eroge is incredibly reductive to Fate's writing. There's a lot more to it than that, and from what I've heard from everybody who's actually read through the original uncensored Fate Stay Night, the porn's not even good. Apparently the CGs are bad. Like, that's the thing I constantly hear is, yeah, no, it's bad hentai. You don't read Fate for the hentai. That's why I hate that that's such a meme. Bettel curses yeah, Bettel does yeah, well, a lot of them do, too. Yeah, that's like my least favorite meme, though, is being like, oh, don't you know Fate's originally an eroge? Yes, I know. In fact, I know more about Fate than you do, so, like, shut up. Gosh, imagine me defending Fate. What's wrong with me? What happened? I started listening to Calafina again and it made me nostalgic. That's what happened. Ooh. That wasn't a abrupt stop to that loop. Oh man, I hate stickers! I do need to figure out what version of Fate. Let me rephrase that. I do need to figure out if the version of Fate on Steam has those scenes in it or not. I want to read through it regardless of whether they're there, but I am very like, I don't want to be jump scared by it. You know, I don't want to get to the end of a route and be like, oh, so it is containing all of its original content. I would like to know before that happens. I don't understand what it means by remastered. Like, how do you remaster Fate? That I need to know more than anything else. I don't get that. Did I just put that on the wrong side of the thing? Oh, I did. Put the sticker on wrong. SMH my head. What do you mean improved? Like, that's my problem. What does improved art even mean? Did they go and re-illustrate everything? Because I don't really want them to do that. Like, I'm sure you could go through and re-illustrate it and have better art, but, like, don't. Like, it's a 2002 visual novel. The art's probably not amazing. I would guess they'd probably just touch up the art rather than drawing it from scratch. But then what does that mean? Like, touching it up, you mean you're going to change color values on it? Because that probably shouldn't happen. Like, that's why I don't get the concept of remastered visual novel. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, it almost feels like we're going to slap a title on this to justify re-releasing it more than anything else, honestly. I just don't get it. Maybe drawing over wonky anatomy, fixing rendering could mean anything really. Yeah. I'm gonna have to look up reviews. I mean, it could even just simply be things like they added quality of life to the menus that has been standardized since. If that's all it is, like, that makes sense, but remastered is still an awkward title to put on it. There we go. I fixed the sticker. Now the mono eye is actually in where it's supposed to be instead of on the back where nobody can see it. Okay. Ugh. Yeah! Kampfer has his head now. Oh, it looks so good. I wish you could see it. I'll be showing it off next time for sure. Like, first thing I'm gonna do next time is show off the, as it is right now with its head and arms. That's so cool. Oh, I'm so happy. But yeah, no, I'm not. That's it. I don't even have a camera anymore anyway, because my phone died on me. I'm so confused about that. I need to get a new charger. Alright. Okay. Alright. I guess it's time for me to pack it up. My headphones are hurting my ears, so that's probably for the best anyway. It is past 4 a.m. My goodness. Alright. Blew up the elementary school. He actually didn't. It was actually the defense forces of the colony that blew up the elementary school, but you remember that. He just stood on it. Yeah, I need to get the Tsukihime remake. I looked up reviews for that one. It's apparently wicked. The reviews were all very glowing. It's pretty awesome. So, take a look at that one. I don't think I'm going to stream any of that stuff. Seeing about blowing things up reminds me of Jeff Dunham. Yeah, that makes sense. Ahmed is one of his best characters. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna, like, stream or record any, like, visual novel stuff, though. I just... visual novels are cool, but, like, it's all just text. So, like... either I'm just reading text the whole time, or I'm not doing anything at all the whole time. It's one of the two, right? Because there's no, like, gameplay interactive portion. There's nothing for me to comment on that. Nothing in those regards. So I just don't think I'm gonna do it. You know, you can probably find playthroughs already of Fate, Stay Night, and Tsukihime and whatnot. They're out there. I don't think there's anything I can add to that, honestly. You know. So, we're probably not going to see those. I just don't see the point. I'd rather enjoy them in my own time. Oh, plus then I don't have to worry about getting jump scared by hentai CGs and having to, like, get a VOD taken down because something was in there that I didn't realize was in there. Yeah, that too. Yeah, like, the entirety of VNs were eroge at one point. You know, it's a thing. It's an entire generation of a body of work. Gosh, that reminds me though. I'm gonna say one thing since I'm already on the VN topic, right? I got so annoyed when Fuumoka were like, we're gonna play some of Fate. There's a reason they said they weren't gonna play all of Fate, by the way, right? I know why they said that. But somebody was like, do you think they know? Do you think they know? Yeah, okay. Do the two girls who know what Yasuga no Sora. Do the two girls who know what Yasuga no Sora is know what Fate started as? That have said they are huge fans of VNs and have played through a whole bunch of... Yes, they know what Fate is. For crying out loud, Fate is like the lowbrow everyone knows what this is one. Like, yes. It was so stupid. It was such a stupid take. To be fair, like, everyone was calling him out for it, too, of being like, yeah, I think they know. Again, there's a reason why they weren't playing the whole thing. I can promise you it's because they knew what was in Fate. Quite bluntly, even outside of the CGs and whatnot, according to YouTube's terms of service that they never actually enforced properly, the other content in Fate should still probably get it restricted from the platform. Fate's graphic. Like, Nasu's works are violent. Very much so. Like, outside of eroge content, like, people are getting cut up and diced up and blown up all the time in his works. It's graphic stuff. Yeah, that started going down a completely different topic, actually. Forgot about Fate, but not anything else on their list, right? Makes no sense. Absolutely. Well, it's specifically because they were playing Fate. They did actually play some of Fate Stay Night on the channel. Sunstar and eroge is pretty normal, old anime origins. It super is. You know, Fate, Love. I shouldn't be blanking. Nekopara. I don't understand Nekopara's popularity on VN topics. I don't get it. School Days. School Days is an interesting one. No, I haven't watched School Days. I just am aware of its origin. I can't believe they put Yasuka no Sora on. It was Fuwawa specifically put Yasuka no Sora on a list of, I believe, her favorite anime on debut, and I'm like, wow, that's a take. Like, I haven't watched Yasuka no Sora, and I kind of don't want to. I'm curious how bad it actually gets, but I'm aware of the content that is present in that series, and it's like, that's a wild one to say is one of your favorites. My goodness. Yeah, if you know, you know. If you don't, I'm not sure how much I can explain without potentially getting in trouble. Again, with my, like, what, 2 viewers, probably not going to get me in trouble. 2, yep, that's what it says right now. But, still, it's an interesting one. We love sibling anime. Twins, if I remember correctly. So, you know, just leave it at that. We used to have a lot of cool visual novels. Steins Gate. I don't think Steins Gate was an eroge. I could be wrong about that, but Steins Gate was a visual novel. Alright, I got nothing else to do other than rant until like 7 a.m. and it's a bad idea. I gotta get up in the morning, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Thanks for tuning in. everyone. We had good times for most of it until my camera died. I'm still annoyed about that. I might have to look into that before I try to do another one of these. Or just make the time window shorter. 4 a.m. sleepy time. Yeah, 4 a.m. 4:30 almost at this point. Yup. Yeah, no, I've been on for longer than I meant to, honestly. So maybe that's why my phone died on me. It was trying to tell me. So with that, thanks for tuning in. We will see you again next time. Yeah. Bye bye, everyone.